everyone. Right then, so we have currently got Lego cam already set up, and it's going to be packing cam for quite a while today. So at the moment it's just been set up as packing cam. As in, it's set up in a position to support the packing. I'm not sure what it's going to show when I take this off. Hello everyone! That's not really showing you anything of the packing, but you know, that's roughly where the packing is going to take place. Yes, there are some things up there already to pack. Hello everyone! So today we are going to start off by doing some packing, because I'm still doing packing. There's a never-ending supply of books and never-ending supply of boxes, it seems. You're also probably, while I get started, because what I've noticed is, while I'm finishing off what is basically my lunch, I'm going to answer some questions. I'm also going to set up the patron suggestions for June, because I've got to set them up. And I was planning on doing it live anyway, but was planning on having it ready to go live. But instead, I got out of my earlier Twitch stream, and, well, I walked into the house, and I just said hello to my mum, my sister, and, you know, checked they were okay. Was sorting out the lunch procurement, because, unfortunately, various things meant lunch hadn't got cooked. The oven hadn't been turned on, and the food had been sitting in there, but, you know, we'll leave that to one side. And, a pile of boxes collapsed, almost squishing. Well, the corgi would say it almost squished him, but seeing as he scarpered down the end of the lounge as quickly as anything, and my sister was almost caught underneath it, I would say her. So I have spent the last couple of hours since the end of the Twitch stream, basically ordering boxes, rebuilding pile of boxes, sorting boxes, and moving boxes. Hence my chicken nuggies, which did arrive, are cold. So I hope you don't mind, I'm going to finish this off while setting up the patron suggestions for June. Now, while I'm doing that, I have to admit, the patron suggestions for June is going to be a little different, because instead of having lives in June on the Thursdays, and probably the same for July as well, it's going to be a case of, I'm going to take your 4 suggestions, and they're going to be it. And they're going to be sort of what I'm going to use. I'm going to take top 4 you vote for when it's votes, and they're going to be used as premieres. Now, the thing is, I might structure it so I do some lives in June, I might not. Honestly, June is looking like it might not be possible to do a live on a Thursday night. I will be able to still do the Sunday lives, but I doubt I'll be able to do the Thursday lives in June, because of moving house and sorting all that stuff out. So basically it'll be premieres. The reality is, though, and I will stress this, for July there is a possibility that the second couple of weeks of it I do lives on the Thursday. But I think for both, I will take 4 suggestions. And I'll arrange premieres. And if I end up doing lives on those Thursdays, I'll just move the premieres to the Saturday or something. Apparently, if your YouTube video has the word "smash that like button" said, and the video is unliked, the like button will light up. I have never heard that one before. So, hello everyone! Hello, we've already got some questions coming in. That's good they're being saved there, so I'm not going to lose them. Hello Runon, hello Calvin Gasberg, hello Team Locker, hello Knight681, hello Jacob, hello Michael Cooch, hello Tanner Ferker, hello Steve Clarke, hello Calvin Gasberg, hello Mark Harkness, hello Peter Dawson, and Peter O'Connell, hello! Siobhan, hello! Siobhan or Siobhan? I'm going to get it pronounced right. Stephen Richards, hello. DJ40, hello. Leslie Mitchell, hello. Boymus, hello. Team Locker, hello. Buggaty29, hello. Frame15, hello. And De Brock, hello. Alzaski, hello. Hello, Megascrow, and hello, Byron Newman. Hello, Blackman Maximus. Hello, everyone. Maybe it only works in non-live videos, but I've seen it work in several other videos. I'll give it a go. Right then. So, basically, I'm just going to be chatting away while I get the Patreon going. And then I'm going to answer some questions while eating some nuggets. And then I'm going to get back to boxing up and answering questions. And showing you books while I'm boxing. As you can see, the books I need for the next couple of months... Oh, good lord. Ooh, are already out and have been arranged so I can grab them. Oof, no, I want it like that. About level. Oh, that's about level. Hey. Right then. So, what I would like to ask this question because I think it's fair. Only fair I do ask it. Does anyone find that, you know, arrangement of me putting up and saying it's the top 4 will be made into premieres, is that acceptable? You know, I realise I normally do lives and I do enjoy doing the lives. It's just, honestly, I don't think that I can guarantee it on the Thursdays. And if I can make them premieres, then we'll have much more time to guarantee the lives on the Sundays. No worries. Now, what were silliest videos you... Honestly... silliest suggestion things comments I've received on the videos were things like, if you want to be a popular YouTuber, you should get rid of your dogs, or I can't take you seriously if you have your dogs there. And my response to them was always the same of, my dogs were here before the channel. I will probably have dogs long after the channel is over, although long may it be continue, because I enjoy it, and I hope other people enjoy it and find it interesting. And frankly, yeah, the dogs aren't going anywhere. Okay. Thanks, Steve. It's cool. I'm glad. Movie house that comes for us. Yes, I know. I like the dogs too. But yes, as I said, it's just the fact is, during the house moving in June and other stuff, it's just a lot easier if I only have to worry about live on a Sunday. Right then. Let's add in an image. I know. There are lots of dogs which are popular. And honestly, my dogs will be back down here far more often. Well, be back in the office far more often once we moved. At the moment, it's a bit of a mess everywhere, and frankly, they haven't been down here in a while because of the weird things which keep going on in this area. So it's just easier once we move. They will definitely be far more often part of the streams. Thank you, Jack Ray. Now, oh, by the way, there are a lot of 60-second videos programmed in now, which you are coming from Popular Lives, etc., because I've just done that to cover the period of until I get down to the sea again. And, yeah, I think you're going to enjoy some of them. So the 60-second short videos are interesting. I am always surprised by how well they do. But they do get quite a lot of attention. Which is, yeah, not really something I was expecting. Not really. It just didn't seem likely that they would actually get that level of attention. I'm looking for a very specific slide to put in there. Because I just decided, well, live I would put that slide in. Now I can't find it. And I know I saw it not a second ago. I know those slides are around here somewhere. Where are they? Come on! Why is it I have far, far too much? Ah, that's better. I should probably put a warning on this on the June patron suggestions. You might become very, very how do I put this? You might not be able to, you know, how do I put this politely? You may be so much attracted by just one of the pictures in there that you don't actually end up writing anything. You just spend your time looking at it. Right, that is done. Patron has gone live. It's all fun. It's all fun. So yeah, like Drax rodents were cool. Drax dog's cool. Drax dog is cute. Okay, so that might save a bit of stress. Team Logger, what RN ship no longer belonging to the World Wars era should have been kept as a museum ship? Not belonging. Okay, I really should say a 74 or something like that, but HMS Africa. Come on, it's got to be HMS Africa. The ship which single-handedly at the Battle of Trafalgar went, I am a third line on my own! I am a mighty 64! You shall not defeat me! And the French and the Spanish fleets went, they're nuts! They actually did think it was a third line for quite a while because of the sheer brusqueness of the HMS Africa. Is mild steel used in any part of construction of ships in the mid to late 1800s? I don't think so, but I'm mentally going through it there. Pins. Hello. Ah, you found me. That took you a while. Thank you. But no, I don't think steel's. Iron is used. Is steel used for the nails? I don't. Mild steel as well. I'd say nothing's springing to mind, but the trouble is, that's the sort of question which I would love to get my ship construction book from the 1800s, this 19th century ship construction book out and have a look for it. The trouble is, that book is currently in one of these boxes. So I'm going to say there's a qualified, I don't think so, but the book I normally check because my brain's going, oh, was there a little bit in that bit, or might have been something in that, hinges, etc. But I can't get a book out. It's only got ironclad hulls, but also you're saying the 1800s, aren't you? Because my brain's doing a bit too early. For some reason, I was thinking pure age of sail. So in the late 1800s, i.e. Victorian era, age of sail, yeah. They're using steel masts, steel cables. Is it mild steel, though? Where's the thing? That was the question. The question was mild steel, and that's sort of frying me to an extent. You've got the Bessemer process, so that slowly replaces iron with steel from about 1855 onwards. So that's your answer, really. But yeah, I apologize. I completely misread that question. Because for some reason my brain was going, Between 1750 and 1800, what were they using steel for? And I have no idea. And of course, it was 1800 or basically 1850 onwards. So yeah. Did you go 18th century? Yeah, I went 18th century. My brain went completely 18th century. I apologise. It's been one of those days. Let me actually get some food. Carl Guzman, further any questions on the YouTube short of the Royal Navy Green Boy shells? If those shells were fired with an inert filler at armour plate, penetration was as expected. Didn't break apart on impact. You're talking about the pre-Green Boy shells, okay? Here's the problem, Carl, and this is going to sound terrible. The trouble was they were still testing against the same thickness and, honestly, same form of armour in 1910 as they had been in about 1885. So that's your problem. So when you're asking me these things, I can give you the honest answer and go, well, they worked as expected, but the trouble is the armour had changed, the tests hadn't. And you keep, the nicest way, you keep trying to come up with nice ways of going, well, you know, perhaps their shells were better than they thought they were, perhaps they could have been modernised, upgraded, and all these things. The basic problem is no one had actually upgraded the testing of the shells. So the shells passed the testing and were fine on the testing, but the testing was for ships which would have been viable in about 1890, not for ships which were not viable in 1910. There have been quite a few changes that have happened then. So whilst I can see where you're coming from, and I'm presuming it's coming from a very nice place where you're trying to be kind to them, the reality was the Royal Navy and several other navies who had fallen into the same trap had basically bushwhacked themselves. And if you want to know the navy which hadn't fallen into that trap, there's literally one. Austria-Hungary. And that's because Skoda, primarily, but their competitors as well, kept trying to show how good their guns were against each other, and instead of forming basically a cartel and not changing the testing, they kept competing over their testing to show how good and how great their guns were. Which is why they won the competitions they did, honestly. Okay. Oh, yeah. I think I missed this one. Did I? Or did it something up here? There you go. Michael Cooch. Been reading about the Third Anglo-Dutch War. Do we know definitely why the French squadron lacked enthusiasm? Was their admiral under orders to hang back? Not under orders to hang back, but was temperamentally inclined to hang back. Let's put it this way. If you give someone orders to hang back, those orders might be discovered. If you select someone who's temperamentally inclined to hang back, no orders will ever be discovered. It'll just happen. Black Maximus, what would a 3-pounder Aegis sail cannon do to a cog around 1100-1300 AD? Well, if it was added to it, it would turn into probably the mightiest ship known to mankind. If it was being used against it, it would smash it from quite a range away and the cog couldn't do much about it. But it would not be an instantaneous system. Man, coach, if the War of 1812 started in 1820, so the Iron would still be tied up blocking the French and couldn't have ordered forces at America Station, what could have they have sent? Pretty much the same. Whilst, yes, there's a lot of forces up tied up blockading the French, the British are activating the CDE teams. They're activating all their ships. They are getting them all up. So if the war starts earlier, the British will start earlier. And the trouble is for the Americans is that if you look at what they have available to do and viable to do in 1810, it's very different to what they have available for war in 1812. Yeah, let's go to him. You know, the Quasi-War had been 1798 to 1800. And then the US Navy in 1810 is not anywhere near what it is in 1812. Principally because they managed to organise themselves, so they've managed to build up quite a chunk of stuff. And of course, by the way, if you want to read a truly American narration of the War of 1812, Theodore Roosevelt's first ever book is well worth a read. He is interesting in what he says about Dave Border. Hello, Melanie. Hello, Phil Williams. Hello, Hendrik. That's a great for one. Question 62. If Italy had left the war because of a devastating Toronto, wouldn't the Nazis just invade Italy? Potentially, but the interesting thing is if Taranto's devastating and the Italians leave the war, then the Germans have all sorts of problems. Because they're still currently the other side of North Africa. And let's be honest, the Italians provide most of the forces in North Africa, not the Germans. And if you invade Italy, then those forces in North Africa are not exactly going to be your friends. Furthermore, if we consider when it happens, 1940, if, let's say, Mussolini fell from power and the Italians left the war, in 1940, the Germans do not have the force in Italy they have later on. They are positioning themselves slowly for the invasion of the Soviet Union, and they have all sorts of other issues going on, so it really isn't a good idea for them. It would be pretty much a nightmare. Andrew, if a battleship was built with 3 twin turrets like King George V's and all forward super duper fire arrangement, how much beam the space would need to destabilize it all that high up in weight? Depending on how fast you wanted the ship going, you could do it on 35,000 tons and similar beam and displacement to the King George V's, because the King George V's, remember, are fat for their height because of the quadruple turrets. So you could get that theoretically on a King George V design hull. If you wanted something better in terms of operating speed, that's going to add on more weight. But yeah, a King George V size hull will be able to do that in theory, if you're talking twin 14-inch guns. Peter O'Connell. The Japanese independent developed Cavity and Megatron technology shortly after Britain. Why did it take so long for the IGN to deploy it? Infrastructure and industry. That's the problem for the Japanese the whole way through the war. They have a lot of great ideas, but actually deploying them is a different thing. You have to actually build them. That's the advantage the British have, infrastructure and industry. And it's the advantage they get even more when America joins the war and they have that as their alliance, in that they have infrastructure and industry massively. Megastro, a design component of an Age of Sail ship that, though characteristic, would have possible what, Megastro? Would have possible what? That question is confusing me. Design component of an Age of Sail ship that, though anachronistic, would have possible benefits today? Honestly, I would quite like us to get back to having figureheads on our ships. I think wooden ones would be quite cute. And it's not as if they'd have an impact on anything in terms of radar. Suppose the Torio, Giulio, and Cavour were sunk at outright at Toronto. Isn't that going to prompt the Italians to finish Roma, given she was in the process of fitting out when Toronto happened? Yes, they will probably try and finish Roma. They won't need to use the resources that they used to fix Littorio, Giulio, and Cavour to do that, but they're going to have a lot of problems. Because honestly, if those 3 ships have sunk in harbour, that could well have trapped other ships in there. And if Cunningham gets that as reconnaissance information for the next night, he might be tempted to launch another night strike. Blackmaster, do you know of any good books on De Havilland Mosquito, especially on the wooden monocoque construction used? There's a few good ones on De Havilland Mosquito, but I have one that's a favourite. Which, by the way, helpfully, I packed earlier this afternoon, so let me just look it up for you. Amazon, search through my book ordering list, because I'm sure I got this one from Amazon. Yeah, the Haynes workshop manual is pretty darn cool. That's a pretty good one for the construction technique. I do enjoy that one. And there is the Martin Bowman book as well, which is pretty darn good. But he's got several on the Mosquito. He's written, I would say, about 3 books on the Mosquito. So he's done one in the Crowwood Aviation series. He's done one Mosquito Missions, and he's done a Brooklands book as well. So basically, Martin Bowman is a pretty good one to start off with. But as said, there's also the Haynes manual, which I find cool and is good on the construction techniques. And I've got both those books. They're in a box. Sean Quigley, personal opinion questions. Whose Navy during World War II do you feel had the best crew comfort level? And if choosing whose subs, would you pick to serve on based on comfort? None of their subs were good for comfort. None of their subs, but in terms of crew habitability, I would go with the Dutch. For subs. For best crew comfort level, do you prefer ice cream or beer? Because it's the Royal Navy or the US Navy. If a nation decides to build a new class of battleships in 2024, what kind of size and installed power would make sense? Well, I want to go nuclear power myself, but if you don't want to go nuclear, you're going to go with similar power plant size to what you have on the Queen Elizabeth class aircraft carriers. I.e., that's kind of massive gas turbines set up. Malaga, how big will your new office be compared to your current one? Approximately 3 times the size. Approximately 3 times the size. That's Aaron. Wouldn't the IGN carriers, if they were doing Toronto with the RM, just essentially be finishing what Austria started? Oh yeah. But they'd still be finishing what Illustria started. Oh, another announcement. Well, I remember. You might have noticed Thursday's live has moved to Friday this week. There is a reason for this. There is a family birthday party happening on Thursday. I am not allowed to move. I am not allowed out of it. So I'll be attending it. So the live will be Friday night instead of Thursday night. And you remember, if a Commonwealth nation had bought 6 plus twin turrets out of World War I, would UK 18-inch guns, would UK consider building an 18-inch ship instead of a 15-inch Vanguard? Vanguard is built as a 15-inch ship because they have 15-inch guns and turrets going spare, and they just pump them into her. That's literally what she is. It's the quickest build available. For any other scenario, they'd have to build turrets. Because let's be honest, the turrets you put on land are very different than the turrets you put at sea. If you do use ship turrets on land, and that is always an option, you're limiting yourself in a way. Because usually with a land-based turret, you can get far higher angles of elevation. Because you can support it more. Because you're not dealing with a ship which is bobbing on the ocean. You're dealing with something which you can cement down into bedrock. And you can connect down in bedrock. So you build a land turret very differently than you do build a sea turret. Far higher angles of elevation give you far greater range. So it's worthwhile with a land turret. That's again, question 9. If Littorio is sunk at Toronto via catastrophic magazine detonation, wouldn't Roma be modified to reduce the chances of that happening to her? That would be sensible, but it would also take time and delay her coming into service, and they might want to get her in service as quickly as possible, so that's going to be a problem. Steve Richards, which gun foundries made the Green Boy shells? There are huge shell works. There are works which produce guns, but they have huge factories which just produce shells. They don't produce guns, they just produce shells. And if you look at some of the cases, they are some of the examples of the women who basically turned themselves yellow during World War II due to exposure to the various toxic chemicals in the shells. There are huge, huge factories producing the shells. They're called filling factories. And in World War I, there's the Royal Arsenal at Woolwich, which had been the only filling factory in the UK in 1914, but closed in 1967, and that covered originally 1,285 acres. There was National Filling Factory number 1 in Barnbow, Leeds. Leeds. National Filling Factory number 2 in Aintree, Liverpool. National Filling Factory number 3, Wilson Lane, Perivale, which produced components, fuses, detonators, gamers, and primers. National Filling Factory number 4 in Georgetown, Glasgow, which produced 13-pounder, 18-pounder, 3.4-inch, and 12-inch shells. National Filling Factory number 5 at Quakesley, Gloucester, which produced the 18-pounder, 4.5-inch and 60-pounder shells. National Filling Factory number 6 at Long Eaton in Chilwell, which produced 4.5-inch to 15-inch shells. All the high explosive shells, that's what they worked on. National Filling Factory number 7 in Hayes, which produced components, fuses, gains, plus 18-pounder shells and 4.5-inch and 6-inch howitzers. National Filling Factory number 8 in Sumner St Southwark produced components, various fuses and gains. National Filling Factory number 9, which produced high explosive shells over 4.5-inch in size, and naval mines, and chemical filling. In fact, there are 28 national filling factories, and then 5 more trench warfare filling factories, and a national fuse factory. And if you're wondering who is doing the various shells, well, I think armor piercing mostly come from the Woolwich section. But then in World War II, they do the same. In World War II, there were 20 filling factories planned, but only actually 16 were built. All over the country. And they were all titled Royal Ordnance Factory. The 2 largest were Chorley and Bridgend. Bridgend, of course, in South Wales. And Chorley... Where's Chorley? You can still see sections of it. It was fully demolished in 2001, actually. Oh, there's pictures of it around. It's in the Pennines. So that's basically what we're talking about when we're talking about shells. Colin Cameron, having seen the Marine quarters on HMS Britannia, I know she's was last in service, but what orange ship was last built with primary hammock beds? The first ships built with not primary hammock beds were the Daring class destroyers of 1949, and they still had some facilities for it. Hang on. Yeah. It's interesting. Basically, I think you're looking at the County class destroyer for generation onwards for getting rid of them. There are specific individual ships, but they're still being designed. The question I'm having here is the fact that some of them are designed with them still for some of their junior rates, and they have better accommodations for seniors, etc. And sometimes the seniors preferred them because they were used to them and they just left the junior rates to them. And there's all sorts of fun things. There's even a case of a senior chief who had an actual bed space, but was so used to sleeping in a hammock, and let's be honest, he's a senior chief, he actually strung his hammock up next to his bed spot. Danaverga, are big ship propellers cast in one go, or do they cast the middle bit and somehow stick the fins on afterwards? Single casting is preferred, but sometimes these days they do go for milling as a methodology, but it honestly depends on the constructor. And yeah. Pretty much it's often a combination of the two. in that you'll have a giant mould, you'll fill it up, and then you'll mill it down, because it'll never come out the mould perfect enough. But there is an actual YouTube video about it. Nice thing. Would it be accurate that a 27,000 ton standard tonnage, Illustrious, hitting Toronto is equal to if Glorious, Eagle, and Illustrious were doing it? I'd say you're probably looking at something which has about an aircraft capacity of 72 aircraft. So you're probably looking at 36 Swordfish and 18 dive bomber types, 18 skewers going in. Historically, of course, it's roughly 24 Swordfish they try and take off with, and again, it's not all of them that make contact with it. So if you have 36 and 18... I wouldn't say it's equivalent of all three of those carriers, but it's certainly equivalent to the strike potential of Glorious and Illustrious. Hammock next to bed is peak scenery behavior. Yeah, it's one of those questions. It's one of those scenarios where someone asked me that question, and it's the problem of knowing almost too much, in that I feel nervous giving an exact answer, because I can give you the official answer, but then someone can come back and go, well, you know, there were people on this and this one, and they were still using hammocks. And I go, well, yeah, they were, because of various things with design at some point. And there were even some patrol vessels which were still using hammocks and were designed with hammocks later than that, because it was decided it was better spacing, etc. And that's the problem, basically. It's not a smooth, clean cut. Hey, Wayne Niles, and I agree on the Leanders. Andrew Bover, if the Australian Navy had been given crazy funding in 1908 to 1912, what was the limited size and number of ships they could produce? The limiting size is the number of yards they have, and what they can produce in those yards. And those yards is running at full capacity to full efficiency. They could have probably got about 4 dreadnoughts and 4 new heavy cruisers and a fair number of destroyers built, and probably a lot of submarines as well, knowing the Australians. Leslie Mitchell, in the period of war 1812, how much would in money and time would it be to create a first rate and third rate for the US? The thing is, they are working on them, so you can look up the money and time, because they are. And I've done a video about the ships of the line for the US Navy. The fact is, they give one to France upon its launching. USS America gets given to France in 1782. Then the remainder of that class get cancelled. Then they start the Columbus class in 1800, and they all get cancelled. And then the Independence class gets started in 1814. So USS Independence, of course, is also the first American and only American ship of the line to be RASA'd, as far as I know. And, well, they started building her in about, I think it's 1813. Is it 1813 or is it 1814? I think it's 1813 they order her. They launch her in June 1814, and she's decommissioned in 1822, razzied in 1836, and then it's finally stricken in 1913. And there's another interesting ship which should have been preserved. Let's be honest, the USS Independence should have been preserved. That'd been fun. But in terms of money, you're looking at the Independence class. They cost quite a chunk. But, yeah. The US Navy were absolutely hamstrung. Absolutely hamstrung. By Congress. Let's say everyone. Question 57. Would it be correct that in a fleet, the fleet of 3 12,000-mile Deutschlands and 12 28,000-mile P, or as AL calls them, Prince Albert class of heavy cruisers, would trigger the new RN heavy cruiser build? Probably would do. But it wouldn't so much their existence wouldn't trigger it. Their construction would trigger it. So in the nicest way, in the time it took for the Germans to build them, the British would have designed, launched, and commissioned the answer. The answer might also be a load of light fleet carriers. Remember, we're talking Second London Treaty era and by that point, where there's no cumulative tonnage limitations. So, you know. Okay, Gobin. Nivweps doesn't have a section for the 42cm gun that equipped the late World War I German Battleship designs. Are there any performance stats on what the Germans thought it might be capable of? I think there are some interesting quotes in Burt, but one of the things I would say are Burt's books. One of the things I would say is that I have read 3 different stats on it. And that's the problem. I have read books, and it depends where those books have got the sources from. And I think, honestly, there are different stats at different points, depending on what they're building it with. Do you use light mode or dark mode for everything, or some mix? I mix. As you can see today, I've got the dark mode going on for the questions, and light mode for the chat. So people can easily differentiate. Yes, I've eaten all my chicken nuggets. Ooh. What are maximum viable drafts of main combatants in World War II? It depends. If you're the Americans and you want to go through the Panama Canal, well, your maximum draft realistically is 37 foot. If you are the British and you don't have to worry about the Iowa Canal, the Panama Canal, I mean, and you can, because you use the Suez Canal, then you can have a deeper draft. But honestly, the British mostly had shallower drafts than that. And one of the other issues you have to have with drafts is, of course, also that into whether or not you can use Chatham Dockyard or not for the British. And that's the other thing which affects it. You know, how can they get up to Chatham? Would Leander class and La Argentina-based RFUs class cruisers sound reasonable for an Irish Channel Squadron? Why do you need an Irish Channel Squadron? I mean, if you need something to patrol the Irish Channel, that's what you have destroyers for. You don't need cruisers for that. That's a very small force. But if you're talking about for Ireland, again, they probably just need destroyers. Sorry, Terminate. Would have been possible to build then, example, could the right flyer be made carrier capable on a 4th rate? No. No. Making the carrier flyer be carrier capable on a 4th rate? No. 960. Did I hear roughly Queen Elizabeth plants for a submarine? Sounds nuclear? No. It was for a battleship. So yeah, that was for a battleship. I'm not using gas turbines on a submarine. I'm not trying to reinvent the K class here. No, if Ireland was still part of the UK, would the Royal Navy have an Irish Channel Squadron? No. They might have a flotilla of destroyers attached to it, but that's just part of the home fleet operating area. And Black Maximus, 4 Queen Elizabeth carriers appear after 0305, the 3rd of May 1982. What changes in the Falklands War and how are the Invincible carriers used? If 4 Queen Elizabeth class carriers appear on the 3rd of May 1982, then very promptly the Royal Navy goes, ooh, we'll take over those, thank you. Now, running them is going to be interesting, upgrade, but they could, let's be honest, if you're going from technology in 1982 to today, it's an absolute quantum change, but you can run it. You've got a ski jump, you can still put Harriers on there. Do you need to take all 4 down? No. Do the Invincible class get used? I think they probably get scrapped quietly or sold. You don't need Hermes. You can carry a lot more aircraft down. The one problem they're going to have, if they've got their phalanx and they're fully installed with their weapons, they're actually probably the best built to deal with any Exocet missile strike. The Royal Navy is going to be absolutely absolutely in heaven. If they happen to appear with F-35s on and full fuel tank and the full Merlin, including Merlin Crow's Nest, then the Royal Navy would be absolutely ecstatic. The Argentinian Navy would shortly cease to exist. The Argentinian Air Force would cease to exist shortly after that, and then maybe Argentina as a entire government would cease to exist not long after that one as well. Main problem at that point is going to be getting A, the government to keep them in service, and B, and they probably would do, and B, explaining to the Soviet Union and everyone else where they suddenly appeared from. Yes, we had secret carriers that are massive and very, very modern, full of technology which was going to change the world. Honestly, their radars would have been the most powerful radar units down in the Falklands. You don't need to take the Atlantic conveyor, no. Then the nicest way, 2 Queen Elizabeths going down there, you would be able to, if we consider the size of a Harrier versus the size of the F-35. If they're not loaded with F-35s, so they're completely empty, you can A, fit all the Harriers you need in the 2 of them going down there. The main trouble with the Atlantic, with the taking the Chinooks down, is they would need to sit on deck because they'd have to be disassembled completely because their rotors wouldn't be able to be fitted and get in because they even the one on Queen Elizabeth, the thing is we have folding rotor heads for them. But honestly, that would not be a problem, and you could get them that and dock them down. You might end up sending 3, just overwhelm the scenario with all the helicopters and equipment you send. I don't think you'd send all 4, though. I don't think Clarke gets one in San Carlos Bay. As much as he'd love them. I'm sure lots of people have many questions for the Royal Navy. The Royal Navy will be going, woohoo! Sandy Woodward will be going, let's be honest, the Command Information Centre, the whole flag space, on the Queen Elizabeth class is a humongous leap over Hermes. I mean, Sandy will be dancing back and forth going, I have space! I have space! He'd just be dancing around going, I have space! No, you wouldn't send you would use the Queen Elizabeths. You wouldn't send them down on Invincibles. Honestly, the Invincibles wouldn't go down. Mainly because you need so much less crew for what you get on a Queen Elizabeth. You could also probably take every single Harrier in the Fleet Air Arm and the Royal Air Force south of you. If we consider the Sea Harrier, that dimensions are, unless we don't do any slotting, are 13 meters with the nose folded, and that is an option, by 7 meters. Well, let's say 8 meters. Let's say 13 meters by 8 meters. Okay? The F-35B is pretty much 16 meters by 11 meters. So you could take a lot in the same space. Peter Dawson, yes, the Chinooks fit in the Queen Elizabeth class, but if they have their rotor blades out, they take up a huge amount of space versus if you take them off, or if they fold. So ultimately, you need to do something about the rotors, because whilst yes, you can span them out, if you span them out inside even a Queen Elizabeth, you take up all the space. Because you don't store other aircraft and move other aircraft around underneath a helicopter rotor. It's a good way to smash it. It's a good way to damage it. Or, alternatively, you take a Queen Elizabeth class carrier down to the Falkland Islands and all she's carrying is 4 Chinooks with fully spanned. So what you would do is you would disassemble the rotor head. And then you'd reassemble it on deck before launching it. It's a space thing and a sensibility thing. Some of the British Chinooks do. I think, or they have done something to make them easier to fit onto the carriers. It might be they just disassemble them. No. Yeah, they do. Literally do. All they're doing, they're not even folding. They haven't paid for the upgrade to fold them. They literally just, if they want to store multiple aircraft around them, they take the rotor blades off. And because I will add an image up. This is what I mean, and this is why. I know they were supposed to be working on that. But yes. So, if you look at this image, down below me now, you will notice How much space in the hangar is being taken up by rotor blades and you can't store aircraft underneath them? This is why, even with the size of the Queen Elizabeth class, you need to do something about the rotors. And the fact they didn't go through it, I was sure they'd done the folding thing. Because I remember how I was having an argument with someone the other day and they were telling me how expensive it had been to do it. And I was sitting there going that it would be it's sensible. Oh no, the H-47 rotors folded. Oh, apparently it is something Boeing are doing. They are folding rotor blades, so it might be something which is coming in, just isn't in yet. Ah well. But no, according to rotors operating, they can stretch out to 98 feet. They are 30 meters spread. And rotors folded, it's 15. It's rotors. If operating, they are 30 meters long. Rotors folded is 15.47 meters long. So yeah, that's the Block 2 CH-47F Block 2 scenario. So yeah, I would say it's something which I'm sure is coming. Oh yeah. CH-47F derived. Upgraded. Yeah. So as far as I can see it's coming. It's not been tested yet, but it is coming or something. It seems to be an absolute mess, as we currently know. So this is why it's confusing, because it's an absolute mess. But the idea is to have folding blades. Okay. Oh, caramba. Royal Air Force. Current patron suggestions for June. I don't think I've seen any yet. What have come in? There's some pretty cool ones from Blackburn Maximus. And yeah, I've got 3 sets of comments so far, 7 in. Courageous Furious class built as carriers. Oh, I'd love to do that one. The trouble is for cavity magnetrons to come earlier is that you need to add so many different bits of technology together to make it work. Question 54. So, how much difference does Belfast having 5 triple turrets make as an overall? As overall, she doesn't do much in World War II. Well, if she did it, so would Edinburgh. And let's be honest, she's part of the Battle of North Cape. So Belfast doesn't do much, but what she does do has value. So it would be interesting. How much impact? Well, it depends if the later ships take after her or not. If the Royal Navy goes, we rather like that. Shall I move on from British Arms Procurement? It depresses me. You're not the only one. Does have folding blades on the upgrade list. Okay, good. Miles goes. Never met all for helical rotors fold. Never met a trouble which couldn't fold rotors. No. There's quite a lot of helicopters which can't. Waller's Ghost. There's a manual folding. Hang on, no. The Sea Knight had folding rotator blades, but oh, good lord, there's a whole debate online about this all. It's an amazing fun to get running, but it is a complete mess. It is a complete mess. Going, what would the Americans follow on from 1920 South Dakota look like? Would they go for 18-inch guns, or just take the South Dakota design, lengthen it to fit Lexington machinery, or something else? Honestly, I'm gonna say this. So, the problem for the Americans is, do the US Congress continue to fund them? We know they're going to build the South Dakota design. They funded that. But they haven't funded the next generation. If the British build an 18-inch ship, the Americans might fund something else. They might to do the antifreeze. But are they going to jump to an 18-inch gun? Probably. But that's going to take time to develop. So the other option is go for 16-inch gun, a 16-inch gun ship with 12 16-inch guns again, and so it might be the next class of the South Dakotas look like South Dakotas, but it could be that the class after that class is jumps to 18-inch. It's going to depend on the time to build and how they feel like responding. It sounds like a request gets the American treatment every time. No, I'm not sure, but people don't tend to vote for it. But it will be an interesting one. And I have to say, the recent experience of Stanflex shows that whilst it's a very good system, it does require maintenance. And the Danish government seem to have been skipping on some of the maintenance and integration. Yeah, I think, Waller, I think you are, it would be sensible if all helicopters had helicopters had rotor blades which folded. But remember, that's expensive, and that costs extra money, and not everyone's willing to pay that money. And we are talking about the British government here. If they can save a fiver to cost themselves a 500 quid later, they will do. How many twin ship turrets would the UK need to have access to build an 18-inch ship instead of Vanguard? If yes, 4 turrets and a few spare barrels. Pretty much, yeah, that. But the thing is, Vanguard's not supposed to be a one-off. She's supposed to be part of a class, so you need more than that. But yeah, that would be roughly what you wouldn't. They wouldn't be using the 18-inch gun, which was equipped to Furious. That was not the 18-inch gun they were working on, and it was not the 18-inch gun that they would have fitted. As we mentioned, in the Falklands, the blades were taken off and strapped to the side, yes. The Osprey is an interesting first-generation aircraft. What's going to be interesting is what comes after it. What are some of your favourite naval war films? What are some of my favourite naval war films? Battle of the River Plate has got to be up there. I think it's Carry On Jack or Carry On Sailor. That's a pretty cool one. And the one with the pink submarine in it. It's fairly fun. They're either very good movies or ones which I can suspend belief because they're such a big comedy. Nice degree. No, Black Maximus. How many 3-pounder Aegis sail cannon broadside would we need to make quick work of a cog from the 11 to 1300 AD time period? Quick work, you'd probably want about. You'd want a 48 gun ship, so you'd want 24 per side. 48 ship. Nice if a 15-gun town class could fire 15 6-inch gun salvo in full broadside, wouldn't that mean that North Cape Belfast could send a salvo fire of star shells at Scharnhorst? Why aren't they using their 4-inch guns for star shell rather than the 6-inch guns at North Cape? Correct me if I'm wrong, but going from memory, I'm sure it was the 4-inch guns which were firing a star shell, not the 6-inch shells. And yeah. Nice to know everyone. If there was a 9.2-inch gun British cruiser, French 9.4-inch cruisers around, what might change about the Admiral Hipper class heavy cruiser? Not much. Well, the Germans might go with the 11-inch gun. They might put an improved 11-inch gun in there. They might try and do that. But if they are keeping with the naval treaty, with the Anglo-German naval treaty, they would probably have to either develop their own 9.2-inch gun or go with the 8-inch gun they're developing. There's only a limited amount of infrastructure money ready to go around. They can't just go, we want to magic up more. Supposing the US joins the War of the Second Coalition in 1800, instead of signing a peace of France, what use is America to British cause? Their great morale support. Morale. They have a few frigates. They can't really do much with them. They can help keep French privateers out of the Mediterranean and the Western Atlantic. That's about it. How many computer screens do you use? 2 currently. I'm thinking about eventually expanding to about 3 because I think in the new office I'll have space for that. And I think it might make sense with certain things I'm planning to add in. Because basically my plan is to have a screen which is on its side and just has the chats going down it, so I can always have a screen directly for the chats instead of moving around the other windows and occasionally covering up the chats. Especially useful during the Thursday lives, that would be. Gas turbines don't have nearly the same size as steam turbines. No, they don't. Only they don't, but they do still have downsides. They really do. And however, any place for information on German 53mm experimental naval gun from the late 1930s? I think, again, Earth is probably your best place to hunt, but... Marcus Faulkner has a book coming out in about a year's time, which might help on all these fronts. OBS just disconnected and reconnected. I don't know what that means for all of you. I hope there's nothing you can really notice in that scenario. But, yes, apologies. What happens if Anson Howe came with the Queen Elizabeth to the Falklands? Michael Clapp would be permanently held smile of this. And the Argentinian forces would have ceased to exist within about 20 minutes. Because I mean, Michael Clapp going, I have 20 14-inch guns for sure bombardment. And Sandy Wood were going, Michael, no, you're Primus Inter Pares, you're not my task force commander, I'm my own independent task force. Those are mine. They're my new flagship, and we're going hunting. As well as that, there's the whole 40mm and 5.25-inch fire in San Carlos Bay itself, which would have decimated quite a lot of Argentine Air Force if they tried to show up. But leaving that to one side, the 14-inch guns, the range from San Carlos Bay would mean there would be on-call fire support for the Marines and the ground forces pretty much from San Carlos Bay. And, I should not be laughing at this. My honest opinion and my hope, and the reason I can laugh at this, is that the Argentines would literally cry and surrender, because otherwise the sheer quantity of casualties they could... If a 14-inch shells are raining down on Tumbledown, let alone on Goose Green. You imagine Goose Green, but we're locked in. We need fire support. This is Anson and How. Please tell us which grid targets you would like obliterated. The grid's typed in. This is the target. Fire for effect. And a few minutes later, minutes or so later, is there is now no Goose Green. It has ceased to exist. The power is just going, we will... Is there anyone left to surrender? Just one battle like that, and probably the Argentinians go, no one said they'd bring those with them. No one said they'd bring that. Blackman Maximus. What if UK had decided to upgrade their yards to build the large... Oh, and by the way, I know I didn't in the beginning of this video talk about this being alive, because, well, I thought it was inferred, because it's Bruships, and there's the whole live chat and things going on the screen. But, again, apologies if someone's watching this and is upset that it's a live and I'm interacting in the chat rather than recorded video. You will have to remember to remind me to say that, because there are people who get really upset, and I mean, they're still getting upset. I still get the comments, including one person who likes to swear very rudely. I will also say very nastily, but honestly, it makes me giggle more than it actually hurts my feelings, so rudely is what I'll go with. And its comment always gets blocked because it's got swear words in it, but seriously, that's being a bit of a child. And by child, I mean badly behaved tantrum toddler. People, there are about 3 or 4 people who seem to get upset about every single live, and get upset that I'm doing a live and talking to the chat, and almost every single video they will comment on. Most of those comments get blocked for various reasons. Usually inappropriate language. But in one case, they seem to get auto-blocked by YouTube, and I have no idea why. I checked if I put them on the block list myself. No. So I'm presuming they are in a constant troll on everyone. Anson How. That grid square offends me. Delete it. Done. Yeah, it's just a case of the forces of Argentina in the Falkland Islands would be over so quickly. It would be a case of, okay, what Anson... The more problem would be with that much aviation capability and that much firepower. Do Sandy and Clap, Woodward and Clap go, you know what we could do? Yeah. We could go be really naughty. The really interesting thing is, of course, they probably means they win the war before 5th Brigade get down there. So all the issues with 5th Brigade might not happen on that scenario. Because, again, how fast, you're going to worry about going for, oh, we have to bring artillery with us. Do we? We have to bring artillery with us? Why? Because those things back in San Carlos can bushwhack it from here. Basically, we just go on the radio and go, hello, yeah, we're having problems. The enemy appear to be entrenched. Very good, you've deleted the hill. We're carrying on. It's not an operation under the normal circumstances at that point. Single 14-inch high explosive versus 5 to 6 rounds of... Yeah, 20 times 14-inch per salvo, okay, versus 100 to 120... Yeah. It's an experience. 20... and also, you have to remember, they would, as standard, fire 3 rounds per gun. So, you would get 60 rounds of 14-inch 14-inch shells landing. Richards, I don't think it's demons. I think it's I think it's children. It's adults who are actually children, i.e., people who've grown up physically but not mentally. I think you're giving them far too much power and agency to give them such a title or bestow them such capabilities. Because honestly, I think demons would have better things to do with their time. Honestly, I do. I think they would probably that sort of thing would be well below their pay grade. There are people like that to deal with. The problem is how quickly they run out of munitions. Well, they have roughly 200 rounds per gun, 250 rounds per gun. So, let me honest, that's like, you know, they're firing 3 rounds each per gun per time. That's roughly 80 salvos. That's 80 fires. Two rounds per minute per gun, yes. So it's basically 90 seconds. You do a 90-second rotation. So they'd fire the loaded round, boom, boom, boom. So it's 60 seconds. It's sort of 60 seconds period because you'd fire the ready ammunition, then you all starting the cycle, have the next round in, fire next round. So within about 60 seconds, you'd have 3 rounds off. Archer claims to be able to fire 20 rounds in 2.5 minutes of 155. Yes. But, yeah. So I'm fairly sure 30 rounds of 14-inch in 60 seconds, which is probably what they could do, and the first minute of firing, versus 20 rounds of 155 in 2.5 minutes. I think I know what I prefer not to be on the receiving end of. That is why you need an anti-gun brings 14-inch shells for reloading your King George. Yes. Now, what if the UK decide to upgrade their yards to build a large CVA-1 design with 4 catapults? How does this impact Navy and UK shipbuilding industry? It would have given us far larger yards, so we could have bidded for things like the QE... is it the QM3? The Queen Mary 3 or Queen Elizabeth 3? The big liners, etc. We could have bid on them. And, yeah, who knows what else we could have built. Why would they be using their 14-inch rather than 5.25 would be better? Because, Peter Dawson, sometimes you want to make a point. You see, the 5.25 is probably better, true, and it's probably just as it does just as much damage as you need, and you've got far more rounds, and you can do that, dun dun dun. But the 14-inch can hit targets further away, so you don't have to move the amount of the relative safety of San Carlos Bay if you don't want to. And more importantly, there's the psychological impact of the 14-inch rounds hitting. That salvo of 14-inch rounds, if you, let's say, if you hit the mountains outside Stanley and just demolished one of the positions they created with the 14-inch guns, think about the morale damage to the Argentinian garrison. They'll be all sitting around Stanley going, they don't need to fight us, do they? They can just stand back and wipe us out. That's the point. But pretty much, if the British had built the largest CVO-1 design and actually invested in the 3 data built them, and because they'd made that investment and they'd sunk all that political capital into it, at which point Britain could have a very different modern naval structure. And if you're building, let's say, 3-4 those large carriers, and you're building task groups to go around them, you've probably kept a far larger fleet going. Although you won't have had the Falklands War, probably. Nice one. If the British had the specific 1 World Warships Tier 9 Auckland and Tier 10 Cerberus, 4 County, 2 World Warships Tier 9 Encounter class of heavy cruisers, and 17 Crown Colony, what same presence that's sending? Quite a lot of statement presence, but honestly, I have no idea what the Tier 9 Auckland and Tier 10 Cerberus are. And the Tier 9 Encounter class of heavy cruisers. I haven't played World of Warships to that level in a while. I've just been doing some fun ones on the occasionally on my phone. World of Warships Blitz on the phone thing, but I usually save that for when I'm doing long journeys on trains and planes. That's what Flying Days have been a thing for much longer. Even the CH-47D had them, and I suspect early models as well. Yes, but the question is, did the British buy them with them? This might seem strange, Melanie, but unless it came as standard, if it was an optional extra, and in any way an optional extra, the British might not have bought them, because the British governments are stupid. If we consider the UK variants, the Chinook HC3, which has been dubbed one of the most incompetent procurements of all time by the then chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. Yeah, the British procurement. Yeah, basically, British Chinook procurement has been both at one point, in some ways, the strength of the British Armed Forces because they procured so many Chinooks, and at the same point has been one of the worst sections of British procurement because of how we've done it. So, yeah. There's issues in the British procurement system. Okay, there's just issues. That's what we'll go with. There are issues when it comes to Britain and procurement. Me and my state, we have issues. If the Russians and Austrians had joined in the war against Prussia in the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, and the British backed up the Prussians, how would the war go? And who else could join in? Probably after Britain joins in, no one else does. The Italians maybe, but I doubt it. The Italians will want to bash anyone who's fighting Austria. So, if the British, but they won't want to have a fight with Britain. That's the Italian thing. So the Italians are quite happy to have a fight against the French. So the Italians might end up siding with the Prussians and Austrians and Brits against the French and Russians. It will be interesting. Ace Pilot 25. If you could improve one of the early early war British carrier aircraft, which aircraft and what would you improve it on it? It's tempting to say the albacore, but my real temptation is to take the Blackburn skewer and put in a decent engine. If you could have got I don't know, even the Fairey Fulmar's rather mediocre 1300 horsepower Merlin engine, even if you got that, that would have been a massive improvement because that's 400 more horsepower. And that's the thing. The main trouble for the skewer was its power to weight ratio and how that affected its performance. It was a fairly well designed aircraft for its type and fairly capable. And honestly, whilst it was fine for the zoom and boom tactics, it would have been just as fine as the Fulmar in that role if it had had a more powerful engine. Because, you know, its maximum speed is 225 miles per hour. Its weight, total weight, is nearly just under 4 tons. The Fulmar's is over 4 tons, nearly 4.4 tons. The Fulmar's is 3.7 tons. If you give the Fulmar an upgraded propeller and Merlin 30 or something equivalent to that, you will have a far better, far more capable aircraft. So that's what I will do, because that would then give the Royal Navy a dive bomber that worked in 1940-41, and which would be useful for operations, but also would give them a far better fighter aircraft for 1939-40 in terms of fighter defense. So the skewer actually would be kind of fighter capable. Which would mean they probably wouldn't have had to do the Gladiator procurement. They might have procured more skewers. And if they've got a better skewer in service, then that's going to add to the capabilities of the skewer, but also add to the capabilities of the Royal Navy. You probably do end up with some of the skewers, because they were actually purpose-built dive bombers. If they're able to do the fighter escort and dive bomber mission, then you might end up with some of them along for, let's say, because they replaced the Fulmars, along for the attack on Taranto. And that means the Swordfish are carrying more torpedoes, less of them are carrying bombs, and the bombs that are launched are going to be actually stand a better chance of hitting something. I'd love to get the Firefly into service or something into service earlier, but that wasn't the question. The question was, what would I do to improve an early war aircraft? An early war aircraft equals Swordfish, Albacore, Fulmar, Gladiator, and Skewer. Swordfish is fine and what it does. Albacore, I'd love to give it a more sound engine, but the Taurus gets there with development, and frankly, that's not a critical thing in the time period of the early war. The criteria are therefore Fulmar and Skewer, and the thing is, the Fulmar, if I take the Fulmar's engine and I put it in the Skewer, I give the Skewer a 400 horsepower bump, which is going to change their operating capabilities quite dramatically. I can't do much more with the Fulmar as it was at the time it was, other than give it cannon. And that's the other thing I'd like to do. I'd like to take all the fighters and just give them cannon. Give them a scenario of 2 20mm Hispanos and 4 machine guns, 4 machine guns. So they have 2 machine guns and a cannon in each wing as their mixed firepower. Nice to go from. Question 50. If the Royal Navy has 5 Hawkins with 7 190mm guns and 2 Tier 9 World Warships, again, they have 9 190mm guns by the end of World War I, how likely that the larger Hawkins become the basis for the counter class? Probably it's going to be the encounter class that become the basis for the counter class, because that's going to define, if you've got those in service, that's what's going to define your your treaty limits. And that's what defines the county class. The county class aren't defined by a class prism, they're defined by the treaty limits. They're literally built to the treaty limits. 8-inch guns and 10,000 tons. That's it. Flattery. Can you put your question in the questions? So I don't lose it. I know I've spotted you've put it, but can you put it in the questions so I don't lose it? Thank you. Yeah, inefficiency at low power levels being one of them. What if the Royal Navy encouraged the government to build a large number of revenue cutter sloops for the British Coast Guard in the 30s, assuming it has no effect on the British shipment numbers? Well, the Royal Navy is the British Coast Guard. There is no there in terms of Coast Guard, as in ships at sea, equivalent to what the Americans have. That's the Royal Navy. The British does have a Coast Guard organisation, but they're more a coordinating body than a actual having ships body at that time. So if they'd encouraged them, I turned the Coast Guard more into something like the US Navy. That could have been interesting. And remember, sloops don't have any effect on the 30s because, as said, in the 30s the Royal Navy sloops are not part of the treaty limits. The trouble is they probably want to give them the smaller sloops, which were less useful for the oceanic work, but they could have helped out the coastal convoys, so that would be useful. Henry Buffer, if a nation in 1908-1912 has 11-inch triple turrets battlecruisers, would it be worthwhile if building heavy cruisers to place 2 turrets on heavy cruisers and upgrading them to battlecruisers to twin 30.5-inch turret guns? Not particularly, because, as said, 6 guns, 2 triple turrets. It depends. If you're going for an all-forward armament, that probably works. If you're going for a fore and aft armament, that's going to give you a lot of weird issues. Pretty much, though, you've now made all you've succeeded in doing is, whilst you've upgunned your battle cruisers, they will not have been armoured to be a level of firepower, and you've given your turret, your heavy cruisers big enough guns, which means they're going to have capital ship rate of fire. But do they have capital ship rate of level of armour and protection? If they don't, then they're going to find themselves in trouble versus cruisers due to their rate of fire. And they're going to find themselves probably meriting the attention of capital ships. So what you've done is you put a great big target on your cruisers' back. Discord, how quickly could the Royal Navy develop an airburst HE shrapnel shell 1902 for delivery to the Falklands? Depends. What size are you talking about? Because they have some sort of already for some of their guns. What happens if Clarke gets the full planned production run of Vanguards and Lions with appropriate modernizations? The Royal Marines probably don't even need to land in the Falklands. The sheer amount of firepower you'd be turning up with. But I doubt the fact... I seriously doubt the Argentines go to war in that scenario, because that's a lot of firepower coming down. Also, in nicest way, the British actually might capture the General Belgrano, because it might be a case of... Vanguard to the left of me. Victory to the right. Lion behind. Stuck in the middle I am. Which do you think would be more effective? A single 14-inch shell or 5 to 6 rounds of MRSI 155mm? Honestly, depends what I want to do. But it's not going to be a single HE. This is the thing. It's not going to be a single 14-inch shell versus those. It's going to be a collection of 14-inch shells, which are going to have a huge area of effect damage, as well as a massive explosion, the scope of which no one's going to have any familiarity with, because 6-inch they might have heard, 14-inch they won't have heard at that point. You can do more with the individual number of rounds in terms of hitting targets with the MRSIs, but the individual shell can deliver far more damage with the 14-inch. Dave Harrison, in the alternate Falklands, would the 12 6-inch of the TAN class have been better for naval gunfire support? It has still been useful, yes, but it's what do you want to do? Are you looking for a gun which is better at providing fire support, as in destroying a target, or do you want the weapon which is going to destroy the enemy morale? So yeah, I can resupply, I can keep going, I can fire more rounds rapidly, I can have more control in some regards with 6-inch guns. With 14-inch shells, I can, as we've already discussed, delete sections of geography. That gives me an advantage to morale-wise. If they get a strong mountain defense and I blow it sky high with the 14-inch shells, the imagery of that is going to do the work for me. So the thing is, it's half a dozen one, six of the other. Also, alternative formals. How viable to fit World War II era ships for time on target service for both the Kingdom of Fist and towns? Not that impossible. They both have forms of fire control already and quite advanced fire control systems. So whilst they're not digitalized, etc., they could be coordinated. So it's going to be near enough there. Then that's what they did achieve in certain battles anyway, for ground support. Like I don't know, do you see the USN ordering more than 4 Ford-class carriers or start moving to something smaller after 4th is complete? I'm waiting to see. I think it's sensible to continue the Fords, but there's always a chance they'll be silly. Clarke, if the Royal Navy did have 4 Queen Elizabeths with F-35s, would they sell the Falklands or Buenos Aires to end the war? The Falklands. There's a reason they don't attack Buenos Aires during the war. Actually attack it. They make demonstrations that they were capable of attacking it, but they don't actually attack it. Because that would have caused too much trouble to the Americans. Basically, the thing was, if we didn't want to disrupt NATO. So whilst we didn't think the Americans would get involved, even if we did attack the Argentina and Buenos Aires, it would have caused issues within NATO. And we couldn't afford, with the overarching efforts of the Cold War, to disrupt NATO. We had to fight this battle without causing minimal disruption, and so that's what we did. World of War Commonwealth cruisers, Auckland and Cerberus are being built. Would they be built in the UK? Yes. Because again, where is there going to be the infrastructure in Australasia, in Australia, New Zealand and Tasmania for you to suddenly build those ships? You're going to have to invest a lot of money, recruit a lot of people, bring a lot of machinery and people over from the UK, which is going to mean that they're individually going to cost 3 to 4 times as much, or you build them in the UK. That's your options. But Maximus, how large a sail ship would you need to fit 48, 24 on a broadside, 23-pounder guns on an Aegis sail ship? Well, they're kind of small guns. Probably something the size of the Cherub. Maybe a little bigger. But probably something the size of the HMS Cherub from the Battle of Valparaiso video. Hendrik Werfer, if they're 3-pounder guns. If in the 1926 Germany had a yard capable of building a 80,000-ton battleship, but still limited to 9-inch drafts and 15-inch twin turrets, what kind of ship would be designed? The biggest 15-inch gun ship they could fit. If they've got a twin 15-inch turret design and they've got that they would do an 80,000-ton ship that would have 9-meter draft. It would be shallow draft, but probably quite massive and fat. What it might do is it might actually have wing turrets. Because if they've got that shallow draft, they don't want to build too high. So they might have B turret superfiring, and they might even have an X turret superfiring. But they might end up having the space to have 2 turrets either side. And 2 wing turrets either side as well. So it could end up having roughly 8 twin 15-inch guns. 8, well, no. 2, 4, 6, yeah, 8. 8 twin, so we'll have a broadside of 12 guns. I'm not getting into politics, Artorius Dux Bolorum. I'm just not. Hendrik Bofa. In 1936, Germany had a yard... answer that one. How does the Falklands War pan out if the Royal Navy still had HMS Ark Royal full of Phantoms and Buccaneers? Assume Argentina is mad enough to invade. Phantoms, Buccaneers, and don't forget, also full of... Gannets. So, airborne early warning, decent air defense fighters, and decent strike aircraft. Pretty much a large number of the problems you have in the Falklands War of the Argentines getting close don't happen because they have to run into Buccaneers. And a lot of people like Sharkey War become very, how do I put this, decorated aces. Peter O'Connell, how did the World War II USN Fletcher-class destroyers compare with their Royal Navy counterparts? That was me trying to get some iron brew out, because my voice is starting to go, I need a drink. So, yeah. Da-da-da-dee. Ah. You see, that's because all sorts of things are having to be packed up again. So, I'm having to wrap up things. Luckily, I found I had stuff around for that. Yeah, there's my iron brew. I got it. Oh. It's got up. It's all the way up there. Oh, I've got to back up those shelves in a second. I have got to start that in a second. You've got to stop distracting me with such good questions. So I need to be able to get up and stand up and start packing up while also answering questions. Because I need to get on with it. If I don't, it's never going to get done. Oh. How did the USN World War II Fletcher-class destroyers compare to our own counterparts? They're perfectly fine. They're good, very good fleet destroyers. Honestly, that's what the Americans went for general purpose fleet destroyers. The British had a lot of general purpose fleet destroyers. They're fairly good. They're all half a dozen, 160 other fairly good ships. That's the thing. That's the U.S. Navy and the Royal Navy build so many destroyers. They're not going to build bad ships because they're just, if they're worried, they just reorder what they've just built. And that's pretty much what both do quite a lot of occasions. Okay, what stops the Crown Colony class from being built in a non-treaty environment because the RN is desperate from cruisers? Because the British government are in a treaty environment, and the British government are trying to keep the treaties going. Because they think see it as the best chance to buy time for themselves. And why was the Admiralty planning to build more Belfast-type town class cruisers? Because they liked them, and they thought they were a good design. Bamus, what if Neptune-class cruisers had been built but later given a Long Beach-like refit with Sea Dart replacing the 6-inch turrets but keeping the 4.5-inch guns? How would this affect the Falklands War? The Royal Navy would have a lot of firepower. A lot of air defense firepower. Alex, I asked one versus 5 to 6 versus, as I figured it was easier to wrap one's mind around the 60 versus 300 to 360. I can understand, but honestly, that's the realist. That's actually the thing. Is the 1 versus 5 or 6 is an artificial scenario because you never fire one gun. So you'd either fire one turret, so you'd either fire 4 or 2 2 shells, or you'd fire a salvo of 10. And I think from everything you said about those World Warship ships, I presume they would be station flagships, or at least squadron flagships. Do you think the Gerald Ford carriers, Black Masters, might get a subclass of the last couple of carriers, kind of like Nimitz class? And what if they name them Yorktown, Hornet, Lexington, and Saratoga, Essex? That would be cool if they did, but who knows? Clarke, shipping canals, passengers, which has the shallowest draft and beam restrictions? In terms of canals, I think it's Kiel. Which is the... In terms of major shipping canals, there are other ones around the world which were built and are not still really used as shipping canals. But I'd say Kiel, because that's only 9.5 meters draft maximum. So 31 feet. There is a massive difference if I've got the computer running on HD than if I've got it running on 480p. Right. I didn't start flying. Notice how quickly those books get packed up 12 hours before it's time to get the truck to arrive. Yeah, the trouble is I'm not going to be here. This is the point. I have to go down and build the new property, or at least have to get it started. This is the trouble. We have to be, for my mum and sister's health, basically we have to be out of here by May. And this is our big problem at this moment because everything's taking its own sweet time and everyone's going, yes, we're making sure we do it right, and do it right, and do it right. And we've got lawyers and everyone doing it right. And I'm going, I want it done quickly. I need it done now. I need to get my mum and sister out before they start getting really ill, thanks to all the things going on in this area. And by things, I mean going on in this area. One of the things my mum and sister are specifically allergic to is, of course, is aviation fuel. It's rare of asthma, but some asthmatics are really massively allergic to aviation fuel. And I happen to live with two who are that way inclined. Secondly, I'd rather have them out and settled before I do any travelling this year. And more importantly than all that, of course, we've got the other issues which I've told you about with our neighbours being interesting. And as far as what we can tell, or from inquiries, yeah. No idea what they're doing, but yeah. It's you know, so I need to get them out of here. So that's all fun. And of course, that's going to mean I'm going to be recording videos and doing lives from a building site. For a while, probably for most of May. We hope to get everything through, because I'm reckoning it's going to be at least 2 weeks before even if we sign on Monday, the quickest I can get into the new property is going to be 2 weeks, which means, and hopefully I find builders to start the work then, because if not, I'm going to be in real trouble. Because I need to get the building work done started as soon as possible. Because of my mum and sister, because they are allergic to so much. I need to get at least their section done before I come back here, hopefully at the end of May, pick them up, move the whole house down, then come back here, and if everything's going to plan, over the next 2 weeks, the first 2 weeks in June, get this house ready for sale, then come back here, then take everything, all my stuff that's left up here, down to Cornwall, and then hopefully go on the ship shape trip, which will hopefully happen this year. And yeah. Which we haven't advertised or started that stuff for yet, because we haven't yet got the coins to give you, because that's been, as I've said several times, an absolute frigging mare. Before anyone asks, yes, my new knife did arrive today, and it's already been nicked. I don't know where they keep going, but I never get to keep them for long before someone goes, oh, I need one of those. But you've got, where are the other 3 of mine that you've taken? I can't find them, and it's hurting my hands. It's life. What have we done to upset you? Using packing tape close to the mic. Sorry, I didn't realise it was that bad on the other end. Didn't realise the mic was picking up that much. I did this last week and no one complained. We were being nice last week. When we go on the trip to Japan, will you get Hot Tub Historian shots, but in a hot spring? Oh yeah, there will be. In a nice way, there'll be Hot Tub Historian videos, and I might even get Drac to record some with me. Drac, Dan, Gareth, all us will be recording them together. I can't think why I'm going through so much tape. Does anyone? But with the weight of books that are going in here, this is sort of necessary. 1940. I figured the 1 to 5 to 6, 1 to 5 to 6 ratio would scale. So then, what do you think of the effectiveness of 60 versus 360? If I want to hit 360 individual small targets, I want to use the 360 155. If I want to hit one target, if I really want to smash one target to piece, to smithereens, then frankly the 14-inch probably does the job for me best. Well, the quicker it's done, the quicker it's over. Hot Tub Historians podcast will be partnered with Buildtrons. That'd be a fun one. We might even do a Bruships from something. That'd be interesting. Doing Bruships from a hot tub. Oh, that'd be a fun thing, actually, doing Bruships from a hot tub. I've got to think about that. Maybe we could do that. Maybe we could. Let's see. Have you hired an engineer to reinforce the floors of the new place of the books yet? Don't worry, it's a bungalow. It's all built on concrete. Stafford, would you class a ship that's 800,900 tons, 600-foot length, 95-foot beam, 15-foot depth, armed with super firing 4.5-inch, 50-inch, 4.5, 4 twin 4, 10, 75. What would I class it? It's got Sea Scepter. It's got a lot of guns. I presume it's got Mark 41s VLS at some place or something, because it's at the moment it's armed with a frigate. It's a gunnery frigate or something like that, but it's not really. It's large enough to be bigger, but it's not armed to be bigger, if that makes sense. Nice cigarette. 6 from where would World of Warships Tier 9 Auckland and Tier 10 Cerberus have done the most damage? Probably the Mediterranean, because that's going to give the most chance of having actual battles or anything for the British and Commonwealth forces, but they could also have been quite useful in the Pacific. Nice one. How big would a Tier 10 cruiser Cerberus need to be to fit 12 203mm guns? What speed do you want? What kind of draft do you want? What kind of engines are you using? You're asking me a question going, we have these guns. There's a lot more that goes into a ship's size than it's just its gun size. There is a reason why some ships, if you look at them and go, well, that's the same size as another ship, but that other ship carries more guns, yes. But the other ship, the ship which you're talking about, which it carries more guns on, carries more fuel, or carries more this, that, the other. It's got a reason for being the size it is. That's late Cold War, isn't it? So I won't need that anytime soon. That's jets at sea. Battle for Norway 1940, fight for the fjords. That's a good one, that is. That's a really good one. Notes for Naval Progress, that's another cool book. The official magazine of the Australian War Memorial. That was a fun trip, honestly. It was a lot of good history learned on that trip. A bit worried that might get bent, so I'll stick that down that side. Secondly, you are familiar with MRSI. From memory, that's the new improvement on the MLRS system. In which case I am familiar with it. But if you're talking about the rockets, then range-wise, the MRSI does win. But its impact. Yeah, multiple rockets, simultaneous impact. Multiple rounds, simultaneous impact. Yeah, so you're basically time on target, 6-inch gun. Yeah, but the idea is, so that's that, not the rocket system. Does that change what I said earlier? Not really, because I was thinking about the impact of the systems. So if I want to want to engage multiple targets, the 6-inch is going to be better. So this is the thing is, yeah, you might go for multiple rounds simultaneous impact, as in hit the same target, deluge it with shots. You can do that, but you can also hit multiple targets at the same time. That's what you probably more commonly would use that for, because let's be honest, 6-inch shells, there are things you can either use a 6-inch shell for, or there are things which you could hit with as many 6-inch shells as you want, you're not going to hurt. Tanks, you're going to smash her up with a 6-inch shell. Do I want Chatfield's book out? Yeah, I do. I need to have that. Yes, I do have Admiral Lord Chatfield's book. No, I do not recommend it to anyone who likes their blood pressure. If you like your blood pressure, do not get that book. It's full of justifications for, I was really smart. Really? You were? I was trying to bring about peace. You were? I really knew what I was doing, and I'm going to completely forget this person called Admiral Henderson existed. And I'm going to claim pretty much everything the actual files say he said, and I opposed. That's my own. Oi. We're going to need to keep that one now, because we're going to need that one. Already got through that one. Naval aviation in the First World War. Good one. Ba-da-da-da. Ugh. That was a fun stretch. Okay, right, so we've got Fuller's book. Again, it's worth a read. I definitely don't agree with everything he says, but you know, it's worth a read. Battleship's Victory. Again, worth a read. And listen, if you swap HMAS Canberra for a 10 cruiser Cerberus, how quickly did the IJN cry? They don't. They get on with the job. That's just not what they do. I know I was laughing a second ago, but in the nicest way, my view about the Argentinians is very different than the view about the Japanese in World War II. The Argentinians' Falklands War justification is kind of like the Americans in the War of 1812, in that they think the Britain's not going to do anything, or Britain's not going to be able to do anything, because of our commitments. And they then find themselves fighting a war, which they didn't expect to do. In the case of the Japanese, they are chosen to go down the route of a war because they believe that is the only way their culture survives. So they are not in the same war. They are not in the same scenario. They find out the Australians have this powerful ship. They're just going to either have built their own equivalent to it if they've had the time, or they're just going to think, well, in a nice way, if we get into a fight and it's there, our cruisers will take it out, or our submarines, or our destroyers, or our battleships. Or our aircraft. Something will take it out. Make sure, if the powder magazine is flooded, can the powder be used after drying in the sun for a day, or is it lost? It's lost. You really do not. You can try, but it's not going to be reliable powder and might lead to something weird happening in your own gun, so you just don't use it again. If you flood your powder magazine, that powder's gone. It's a write-off. Team Locker, how different USN would be if Chingley wouldn't have died in the heart attack he had in 1945 when he would become the CNO in the 50s? It'd be interesting to see what happens with the surface fleet. I think there might be a different policy re cruisers. Might be something interesting there. That's different. If Tayo had her armor scheme as 3-inch deck armor and 6-inch belt, would that have been more sensible than the 76 plus 33 deck and the 40, 55 and 152 belt? So basically, are you saying that you can replace all deck with 3-inch armor instead of having 3-inch and basically inch and a bit, inch and a half? Well, inch and a 25.4, inch and a third, inch and a third, and 40, 52, 5, and 152. So basically, replacing your 1.5 inch, 1 3/5 actually inch, and a little over 2-inch and 6-inch armor belt with just 6-inch. It's going to depend. How does it affect your displacement? How does it affect your operations ratio? How does it affect your costs and completion dates? These are all questions to ask before you go in there. Everything is a calculated risk. Because honestly, if you're going for impenetrable armor, you'd be talking 12 to 18 inches thick, at least, for various positions. And the moment you're talking about less, you're talking about what's your acceptable risk ratio to get it completed. Climax was how explosive would an LNG powered Q&As carrier be, and how big an explosion would it be if it went off? Don't go there. Don't go there. That's a big bang. Oh, right then. I have an idea now. Oh. It's going to be interesting. How are we going to get up there? Am I going to need a step ladder? No, I don't think I will do. Oh. I am advertising. I found this morning. Yeah. It's my original Naval designed channel badge. We're on the sweater. You can still buy it from the store. At some point, I do have to get some more screens and things made up because I have to really expand them a bit. You two. The amount of old laptops I have in this house. That's going to be quite firm. Right. So, I can't read the questions from here, but I will read them in a second. So, really, I have to admit, I'm looking forward to having, how do I put this, more easily accessible book space. That's the thing which I really want. Book space I can easily access. I'll deal with those in a bit. This is going to be fun getting down. There we go. All right. Yeah, I do need someone which has a ladder. If I'm going to have books to sell, I do need a ladder. It depends. With RSI, especially if you're firing that quantity, Melanie, and that quantity of several hundred 360 shells, within an equivalent amount of time, we're going to be using multiple guns, multiple barrels to achieve that. That's the other reality. So you got 10 barrels firing to get the 60. You've got 20 barrels from 2 ships firing to get the 60. So and that's going to be fired within about 60 seconds. Ready ammunition. Roughly 25 seconds to get the next ammunition up. Roughly 25 seconds to get the third one up. So, you know, you can fire that. First burst is going to be 3 rounds in a minute. But yeah, so it's going to be a case of, oh, I'm over here. Would you please follow me? Thank you. I know you like to be staring at the ceiling, but I'm here. Thank you, camera. We've already had this conversation. Do I not polish your lens nicely? Am I not a good owner and a kind one? Do I not make sure you are oiled and greased as you need to be? Yes, I do. So be kind to me. But yeah, so that's what I was sort of going with multiple targets. Multiple rounds sometimes impact. Yes, that's for the shell system. Peter O'Connor. Early Lexington-class carriers used modern generator-driven electric motor propulsion, but latest classes switched back to conventional propulsion. Why the change? Because the Lexingtons use the same power plant they were designed with the Lexington-class battlecruisers when you weren't under the treaty limits or the treaty tonnage, standard tonnage. The electric system is in many ways far more redundant and far more, how do I put this in a way that doesn't sound evil? If you take damage and you have got the redundant system, you are not likely to be stopped. You are likely to be able to keep going and keep fighting, and very much likely to carry on fighting and possibly even win. If you are not so armed, if you, let's say, have a traditional system, that is going to be lighter and it's denser in terms of its energy generation, so it's better for stand displacement, etc. But you can make it survivable, but it is just a case of it's not as survivable as the system which was originally designed for the Lexingtons. So basically, it's all to do with treaties. The treaties forced them to go for what would be ultimately a worse system in many regards. Yada-dee. Yada-da-dee-da. That one goes in there. That one does that. Oh, that one's fitted nicely. Yeah, that's down there. We're filling. What's this one? Oh, Rome's Great Eastern War. That's cool. That's a good book. It's an interesting book, actually. I am being very good. I'm not sitting here reading the books instead of actually getting on with packing. I am packing. I'd like to be noted that I am getting on with packing and I am being well behaved. As tempting as it has been, I have been getting on with packing. I think that will go there actually, because then it'll be nice and safe. Got a lot of padding and protection around it in that scenario. A lot of padding and protection around it. Oh, can I slot that in here? Nope, too fat. Can I slot that anywhere in here? Yep, that'll do. Anything I can fit in that gap. Ah, well that's important. Can't forget the turkey hat, can we? Don't forget the turkey hat. Gonna need him at Christmas. In you go, my fine plumed friend. In you go. Can't believe none of you spotted him. Now, how much bigger will your office be compared to the shed? It'll be about 3 times the size. It's going to be the entire lower floor of basically my section of property. So section which is currently a lounge in its current configuration. It's a lounge and an office in its current configuration. It's got settees and all sorts of things in it. In my scenario, it's going to become, realistically, a office slash, I'm going to have a galley kitchen at the back. So, yeah, it's going to be a nice space for me. It's going to be a really nice space for me. And as I think that's going to have to do today for this video's boxes, because I've done more boxes today than this. But I think I'm going to need to move those out of the way to clear those boxes up there. So I think I'm going to need to do some interesting work tomorrow. Admittedly, I'm only recording videos tomorrow, so it should be okay. I'm recording Thursdays and Wednesdays and Tuesday's videos tomorrow. That's what they care about the bag. There's going to be a Wednesday video. Right. Here's the interesting thing. Will it actually go in the hole for it? Come on. You can do it. Good. You can make it into that hole. It's only a small gap, but you can fit. I have faith in your box. I really do. I have faith in you, Boxy. You can fit in there. Yes, I made it to an extent. What's blocking you at this end? Oh. Stafford, you'll be glad to know your wooden crate's already been packed. Your wooden box. It's already been wrapped and ready. It's down there. You two go back over here. Did anyone see where I put a Lego box? Oh, there is a Lego box. Lego camera time. Here's the question. Will I actually be able to get in my chair now? Oh. I moved too quickly for you, didn't I, camera? I did. I apologize, camera. Oh. Yeah. Now, nice Aaron, when would the British need to start the production run to build 37 Carrier Colony light cruisers in order of 20 for the RR Navy 5? If you want them in service at the beginning of World War II, you would need to be building roughly 8 a year. Yards-wise, could we do that? That's about 5. So go 7 years. So you'd have to start really around 1932. Realistically, 1932. The box is still very good use and it's very much appreciated. It's going to give you a far better life in the new scenario. Far better life. Right then, speaking of better life. Hello. Ooh, hello. We are down. And we are ready for Lego. Yep. Oh. Oh. Hey, by gum. Nice hearing. Why does the Wikipedia say 45 aircraft sank with USS Wasp when aviation archaeological investigation research only lists 3 Douglas SBD Dauntless? You would have to ask Wikipedia that. That is... Yeah, that's not me. I'm sorry. That's not me. I didn't write that article. That ain't me. Okay? That's all I'm going to say on that one. It wasn't me. I have no idea. But I do believe there are some books which make the claim. Wikipedia is usually based in books, so presumably those books make that claim as well. Oh god. What effect would it have on nuclear Queen Elizabeth carrier design if they were nuclear powered? There'd be no point in them being versatile if they were nuclear powered. There'd be no point. If you would have a far more dense power solution, so they'd be a lot faster. They would need more crew, because you have to maintain a nuclear watch. And probably not as much as the Americans have, but still would need more crew. And they would be Cadabar, because there's no point building a nuclear carrier and not making a Cadabar. So they would be using probably a mixture of F-35, probably F-35Cs. Probably that's where they would have gone. Under that scenario, though, there might be someone having a hard time. There might be some RAF officers very, very happy with Russia for having justified the existence of the Eurofighter, because that's a big issue for the RAF, and I've known this, as they've said it many times. If you've been procuring F-35 F-35Cs, they have such an impressive strike range, etc. The Eurofighter in the strike range really doesn't make sense, and that would strip a lot of funding from the Eurofighter project. So, I have apparently a human for this, or rather a Lego person. I have a head. I found a head. Where's their torso? I found their legs. All I found is the head and legs. Please let this not be like the Belfast. Oh, thank goodness I found the torso. Oh, that was worrying me for a second. Okay. Alright, so. You see, the thing is, they've given you the head and torso for a racing driver who either has a helmet or a hat. And I've never done one with a hat. And also, judging... I know you probably shouldn't these days judge these things on these things, but judging by the fact that this particular Lego seems to have lipstick, because, judging by the coloration, it would be a... Well, I'm going to presume... it's a lady driver, like one of my cousins. And she uses that phrase, so I am... Whilst I'm not going to name her, she uses that phrase to describe herself. She is not as far up as I'd like to be, but she's pushing for something. And she prefers to drive with a soft hat on, as she's supposed to drive. Whenever she's just driving for fun, she does that. So I'm going to do it like that for her. That's what I'm going to go with. I don't know. Why do I have what looks like a wing? Okay, it is part of the build. That confuses me. Okay, right, starting. Before I get too much wrong. How long did it take the Japanese to get 40mm Type 5 AA gun working? How long is a piece of string? How much effort? What are the people that are going to devote to it going to be like? Are they going to be diligent? Are they not? Are they going to have any luck, or are they just going to have bad luck? Are they going to find themselves doing the wrong thing time after time again, or are they going to be doing the right thing? You know. As much as I would love to answer that question, you can't really answer that question without knowing a lot of different things. Without knowing a lot of different things. That looks like the right bag to me. Actually, honestly, all the cousins will know who I'm talking about when I say this. So this is very much a family joke, so please don't mind if they're, if any of you are watching. Yeah? Yeah, cousins? Driving one-handed, spanner in the other hand, on the phone. Oh, she's gonna hit me on Thursday. She is going to hit me on Thursday. Oh, it's worth it though. Take care, night, everyone. Deal with a family emergency and don't worry, there's always an expert next Sunday. It is for the mechanic, but this looks more like my cousin when they're driving, when they're actually test driving their car. Oh, in fact, yeah. Little cousin Paul, you can WhatsApp me. You'll know. Do I give her the car with this on Thursday? Do I? I'll check my phone's on silent before I before you all start buzzing in. Oh, good lord, it's already buzzing. Yes, it's on silent. Oh. We are an evil band. We are an evil band. Oh. I don't know, how many American might have been lost at Midway? The IGN had a 40mm AA gun along with 25mm Time 6 AA gun. Again, how long is a piece of string? That's going to change the engagement envelopes. That's going to engage the fire plan, defensive fire, that's going to, let's say, how do the American aircraft respond to that heavy AA fighter? What ships have that? Where are they positioned in the task group? What ships have the older system? Have they managed to train all the ships, or just some of them? That's one of those scenarios where when we're doing that, we would be literally programming a massive computer program. A truly colossal computer program. But honestly, you would probably lose more lives of the Americans. How many more? That's difficult to say. Would you save some of the Japanese carriers? That's an interesting question. And that could have a big impact on the war. It could lead to there being another carrier battle. That's 10 points on driving license. Oh, look. When she's on the road, she drives perfectly safely. When she's doing her off-road driving, i.e. off public roads and in a private sort of space, how she drives is intriguing. But no, I have also got a cousin who does the full helicopter flying gig, and yeah. Luckily, their passengers don't tend to complain about the fact that I think she must get altitude sickness, and also require the world to be buzzing past in order to be able to see it and engage with it. Hit you with a wrench of the phone. Probably both. Okay. That's everything. Don't worry. Shout away. You missed question 41. Did I? No, I answered that one. I said 1932. I did say it. I didn't miss it. I said 1932. Based on 80 year and getting it completed for 1939. Sure. On the topic of the... I'm going to pronounce it. I'm going to pronounce that name properly, even if it kills me. Shivra. There you go. I have no idea where the sound of me talking came from. Shivra. On topic of turboelectric, how large would the US treaty airships have been if they'd use it? At about 10 to 15% onto the weight of their engines. So whatever their engine weight is, add on about 10 to 15%, depending on the period. So you're talking a few hundred to a low couple of thousand tons. Well, who has more books, you or Drac? I think we're both at the point at which we'd have to weigh them to figure it out. We are both at the point where we have to weigh them to figure it out, and that's the honest truth. I would say he might have an edge, but I would say he started YouTube earlier than me, and so he managed to find a extra source of funding earlier than I did for his book addiction, which I do not blame him, and he did he encouraged me with this stuff, but without his help, goodness knows where this channel would be, because he basically helped me with understanding how to do it at the beginning, how to get quite a lot of stuff working, how to change this, that, and the other, and get them all fitted up to work. And without him, it wouldn't have happened. Just wouldn't. And certainly wouldn't have grown to the size it has grown. But still, he has had a bit of an unfair advantage when it comes to collecting books. But I did have quite a lot of books from my PhD period, which sort of offsets that. So this is why I say it's a case of it's a close front thing and it's a weighing thing. And I did spend quite, I have had other small financial advantages. Just small financial advantages. When I say those small financial advantages, he of course has a Mrs. Drac. I have the social life, and actually has the social life, and all those things. Whereas I have a family and I have my history books. So that's allowed me to focus a lot on my spending over the years. A lot of my friends complain that I prefer to buy a book. I do go out and meet up with them. And that's not true. I do enjoy meeting up with them. It's just, if I have to make the choice between buying the book or meeting up with them, it becomes quite a hard choice. Sometimes a very hard choice. I won't say how often the books win the choice. They do win occasionally, though. They do win occasionally. And I also didn't miss question 40. I answered that one. I said in the nicest way, Wikipedia tends to be based on books, but, and I did answer this one especially, but it's going to case of who's updated the Wikipedia article, who's put that information together. It wasn't me, so it's whoever has written that Wikipedia article. And if you disagree with it, change it. Question 25. Who is the second most incompetent navy after Russia? Okay, that's trying to say the Soviet Union and the Russians are the most incompetent navy ever, and they aren't. There are actually navies which are more incompetent than them. Honestly, look at the Spanish Navy in the Spanish-American Civil War, Spanish-American War. I don't want the cable getting caught up in the fridge. But, and let's be honest, the Napoleonic era French Navy occasionally gives even a Soviet Navy a run for its money. But saying that, and there is the North Korean Navy. Saying all that though, realistically, there are lots of navies which have issues. And even the Royal Navies, navies tend to go through cycles. It's like, I would always say the Danish Navy are very, very good, but even I would admit that they're currently having issues. Those issues are mostly due to government funding, which means they're having problems. Is that Navy's fault, or is that the government's fault? That's up to you all to maybe consider. But that means that the Navy's capability is currently down. So navies require, in order to function, consistency of attention more than even investment. They require consistency of attention. And that's sometimes the most difficult thing to get in any political system. Whether dictatorship or whatever, there is a problem with getting consistency of attention. Mostly because the political brain tends to leap from crisis management to crisis management, because during a crisis, a politician gets to do the most. When there isn't a crisis going on, they don't have the ability to lead, really. They don't have the ability to demonstrate their skills and their knowledge the same as they do when there is a crisis. So, yeah. And I have lots of those, but I don't need one of those. I need a plain. I need a grey dot. This is not good. I can find lots of these. Lots and lots of these. But yeah, it's that's the main trouble for navies. It's the fact that they need so much attention, and politicians tend to have short-term memories and want to go from crisis to crisis because, as said, they allow them to display their crisis management skills, which are what they usually go, yeah, like me, because I can manage a crisis really bad. And you could argue that a lot of the problems currently being faced by the UK government is the problems they demonstrated in terms of crisis management. And more importantly, in understanding the crisis, and I would argue this is even affecting the opposition in the UK, understanding the crisis in terms, on the same terms the British public understand the crisis. And I think sometimes that's the biggest problem, is that the governments sometimes they understand the crisis from what they consider the crisis to be, and that's not necessarily what the public consider the crisis to be. And that's the really big problem for governments. No idea what these pieces are for, but they want me to put them in. Hinder phone, I'll answer that one. Top 5 Royal Navy Jutland veterans that you wish were preserved as museum ships instead of being scrapped by the Washington Treaty. Warspite, of course. I say that for several reasons, mostly because of not wanting to get killed by Drakenfell if I say no, if I don't say her. I would love Iron Duke to be preserved. I'd love Tiger to be preserved. I would really, really like... Hang on. I'm having a wonder about these things. Have I put this in wrong? Oh, that now makes sense. That makes sense, and that works now. Everything works better now. That makes sense. So let's see. I've done Warspite, Iron Duke, and Tiger. Royal Navy veterans. And I'd love a cruiser and a destroyer as well to be preserved, but honestly, HMS Spitfire would probably be a good one to be preserved, because that thing literally fought its way through the Battle of Jutland. Thinking of a cruiser, I'm trying to remember which one actually got to the end of War in actually good enough condition to actually be preserved. That's a question and a half. Oh, cute. So that goes through there. I am still not quite sure why they have this idea of construction here, but you know, they must have their reasons. Sometimes I swear though they do design these things just for the of it. goes into that, and that into that. And that goes onto that. Done. Speaking of World War II, what was the smallest caliber AA shell, AAA shell that could be proximately defused? I think it was the 3-inch. I don't think did they approximately fuse the 40mm? I don't think they did. Did they get it done? What got moved? Nothing I can see. It was a 3-inch. Yeah, it was the 3-inch. It was the 3-inch. There are some suggestions coming in now. Ooh, there's a few suggestions coming for the June. Fion Kane, hello. I think that's your first one. Spanish Civil War in North Sea. Where the SS Cantabria was as a single left service, but was this isolated or part of a sustained significant effort? Raiding campaign. That could be interesting. That could be interesting. So, I've got this. What do I need to... I now need to put that as in there. Well, there's one. And there's what goes on top of it. And there should be another one like that. There's supposed to be two. And there there's one. There's that. And there's that. Madison, is more books being judged by weight or the number of volumes? I think weight is what you'd have to do. Honestly, if you want to count them, that would be a if you want to volunteer for this mission, you can volunteer for this mission. But me and Drac will sit and watch. We will find it very nice of you to count it for us, but we will watch. That sort of scenario. I'm sure you're all familiar with that sort of scenario. If you're not, you will be very quickly. Oh. Da-da-da-da. Yeah, da-da-da. I'm not putting on the things just yet. Apparently I will be. Okay. 9681. Are there 34? Question 44. Are there more unlucky ships than Kursk and Kuznetsov in the history of the Russian Navy? Kamchatka. The entire Russian Pacific Squadron, second and third Pacific Squadrons in the Battle of Tsushima. There's some of their Age of Sail ships which really do give them a run for their money. So, yeah, the Russians have a lot of bad luck. There's also that whole Battleship I did a video about, I think, once. I basically stumbled through... What did it stumble through? It stumbled through mutiny, and other disasters. And then mutiny again. And then even other disasters. Now, the really interesting thing, they're telling me I should be looking for things like that. And the only one I can see like that is that. But those are both grey. And they're telling me I should have a black pair. So, I've got one of those as well. Two of those. Hang on. That's one of the black ones. Okay, so we've got one. And there's the other. And then we take another one of these. We put... Now, is that a 4 or a 3? I think it's wanting a 3. Purely because of the way it's structured. Purely because of the way it's structured. I'm going by instinct, because you're not telling me whether it's a 3 or a 4. You've given me both 3 or 4s in the same colour, which look exactly the same. Could at least give me flip it over and tell me. The volunteer gets free travel and lodging, right? You know, if I'm feeling particularly generous, maybe. Well, I can only speak for the Cornish side of the equation. Free lodging, maybe. I'm not sure about the free travel. I said if K141 Kursk hadn't sunk when she retired, I think they're still in service. Yeah, they're still in service. So, in nicest way, they haven't retired yet, and I don't know when. One from 1986 is in reserve from 2020 onwards, but most of the rest are still in most of the rest of especially ones of Curse generations. Curse generation. Let's see, Shablansk, I think, still in service. Smolensk, is it still in service? Tiva, I think, is still in service. Orel had a last overhaul completed in April 2017. She's in the Northern Fleet. Omsk is in overhaul completed 2008. Is in Pacific Fleet. And Tomansk had an overhaul in 2019, and she's in service still. Belgrade. Belgrade was only commissioned in July 2022. And yeah, underwent sea trials in 2021 as in service. So Belgrade is a modified Oscar 2. Yeah, I don't think she would have retired yet. I think she took... Basically, the Russians hang on to ships as long as they can. Where would the Royal Navy consider using a 4,000 horsepower Bristol Orion radial pistol engine? Well, it was due to come after the Centaurus. And it's going to depend. If you don't have jets coming in, it would be used for a fighter. But if not, that would make a brilliant engine for some lovely radar aircraft or something like that. Swap a couple of those onto an aircraft and go, boom, you can get into the air. Well, it could. Question 21. Would the USN use the turbo compound Wright RD R3350 double X Cyclone given the issues? Probably didn't need it. Yeah, Belgrade is the carrier for the nuclear torpedoes. If there was a way to make boiler in the early 1900s that didn't require air in the process of heating the water, how does this change naval warfare? So you don't need air for combustion, okay? You come far closer to designing a closed-loop system. If you don't need air for the process of heating the water and generating the steam, well, A, you can have a far thicker, far stronger deck, armor deck over the protected cruisers and things like that. B, you don't have to deal with smoke gases getting in the way of your firing, but you also have to rely on steam for any kind of smoke coverage you do put out. How does it affect things? Overall, it doesn't change the shaping of ships, apart from it probably gets rid of their funnel. And it might change your natural inclination or placement of things. It would also change the upper works, so you wouldn't need a lot of the stuff which rise up above that armoured deck. So you could almost... It's going to sound strange. You want your magazines down below that deck, etc. But where you can put your turrets... Well, the larger turret's still going to go closer to magazines, but you know you can move stuff around. You could change the shaping and structuring of your ship quite greatly. You'd probably end up with some sort of pyramid-like structure in the middle of the superstructure, and the big guns fore and aft, and the pyramid structure over where the engines are. Using a nuclear torpedo as a weapon. If it works, it's scary. The reason I say if it works, though, is because the underwater is not like the surface. Lots of things are changing all the time down there. And honestly, will it reach its target? And I'm not talking about it being intercepted by the enemy, because intercepting torpedoes is, I wouldn't say impossible, but it's nigh on impossible. Especially a torpedo like that, which is going to a target and is not going to take any notice of anyone else to get there. So the usual things of countermeasures don't necessarily work. So that means you've got to use an anti-torpedo torpedo. Not many anti-torpedo torpedoes exist, and there aren't many systems easily able to be deployed from something like, let's say, a helicopter, because that's probably the safest scenario. So what you're left with is hunting something down. Is hoping it hits realistically, and this is probably its biggest threat actually, is hits the ocean floor or hits the side of the ocean. And honestly, that is where I think it has the most trouble. I think it is going to have issues. I think it can't fail to have issues in that circumstance. The steam turbine submarines, if no air is needed for boilers. Yeah, that does. It's going to give you some very fast submarines. But the thing is, it's also going to give you. This is going to sound strange. It's going to give you issues with pretty much everything. Whether it's ship or submarine, you are going to be in a scenario where these things don't need air. What could be interesting is it could lead to you actually going with a slightly more submersed ship. That's an interesting idea. We need to seal the ship up tight. Have an armored deck, and the whole ship be slightly below water. Because you wouldn't need as much air going in, so you wouldn't need to worry about that. Could lead to a whole fusion to submarine and battleship design, but probably wouldn't in the end. The realistic thing is, I need my battleship to be a battleship, and I need my stealth asset to be a stealth asset. And eventually, those two things, trying to be both, just causes more trouble than it's worth. Which sounds weird sometimes to say, because people look at it and go, but that gives you the best of both worlds. It doesn't. It gives you the complications of both worlds, with not all the advantages of both worlds. And that's the real problem. So you build those things for the advantages they give you. That's what outweighs the disadvantages. So if something combines the disadvantages of both, but not the advantages of both, it actually ends up mitigating it against itself. Crossroads subsurface test. I have that in my notes. Crossroads. Baker was 27.5 meters underwater. Charlie, which was cancelled, was planned to be 50 meters underwater. And they were all using Mark III devices. My only secret is closer to the size and maybe speed of it. It's supposed to be a lot faster. It is nuclear powered and it does use that full engine, especially things. But it's a case of a Mark 48 might work on taking out, but is there something in the right space to get the right intercept, and it's going to be a very, very tight intercept. I think you probably have more of a chance with a spearfish. Honestly, let's see. That's the 80 knot plus British torpedo. Officially 80 knot. But some sites do say 80 knot plus. It's the one which Tom Clancy thought was only 70 knot plus. Sister? Sister? What are you moving? Oh, she's fallen over. Be back in a second. How did I guess? You alive? What's your lunch? You need my help? Well, I'm still alive, but yeah, carry on. Oh, she's alive. She fell over. Before any of you feel too sorry for her. It was something which I asked her earlier. Do you want me to move down? No, I'll do it. I'll do it. Do you want me to move that down? No, I'll do it. I'll do it. So she's carried a big red bucket down the path and fallen over doing it at nearly 11 o'clock at night. Okay. Clarke, we know that the Royal Navy ran on rum, tea, cocoa, and depending on the era of circumstances, the US ran on coffee, Coca-Cola, and ice cream. But what did do other navies run on, and which would you prefer? I don't drink, so Coca-Cola and ice cream would probably be better for me, personally. Because I can have the cocoa, and I don't like tea, and I'm not actually that big a fan of cocoa, honestly. So, yeah, the fact is, well, the moment the Royal Navy started carrying cans of iron brew on a regular basis, that's when they became suitable for me, really. The French and the Italian navies run on wine. Different types of wine. My experience, the Italian wine looks nicer and smells nicer, though I don't drink it. The Dutch Navy runs on a very fine combination of coffee and various other things which they pick up in their travels. They are very open-minded when it comes to picking up stuff in their travels. They pick up a lot of stuff in their travels. They truly do. Beer, coffee and beer. Yeah. Isn't it a bit late now? Paul, I love the sentiment. But you do remember, this is the same person who, quite regularly, so much so that it's practically a meme on this channel, I find myself moving garden furniture in the middle of the night, during these lives, because she suddenly decided to move the garden furniture. Okay? I know some people thought that was me joking, and thought that was a long, ongoing joke. It seriously wasn't. If I needed a comfort break or something like that kind, I'd just say, I'm going for a comfort break. I have no qualms. Every Thursday in the evening, I usually say it at the end of the evening. So, yeah. Yeah, I love my sister dearly, but yes. That's the wrong one. Let's go to the other end. Yep, it's almost me at this point. Yeah, I'm surprised Yuka hasn't made a meme. Right then, nice. How effective will the Curtis SBC help to SB 3C or 2BC or SB? How they've been in Korea? Honestly, they're probably quite useful in Korea. A very good method of delivering on-call fire support. But honestly, by that point, doctrine had moved on, and frankly, you'd have had to rebuild the whole doctrine to adapt them. So, whilst on paper it would have been a useful capability to have, in reality, the capability is not that great, not that useful because of the systems they now have at that point. Which is the classic problem, really. It's it could have been a useful system, but by that point, doctrine had moved beyond needing that sort of system. So as useful as it might have been, it just didn't really matter for that purposes. And that's, that's history, really. Quite a lot of things do start off being oh, this is really useful, and then next one, that would have been really useful, but we've actually moved past that point, so it's not long. And that was their big problem, as I stated, although many people had very interesting roundabout ways of agreeing with that. I mean, one person absolutely marched around the houses before agreeing. Yeah, basically, as you said, they tried to interject that they were, completely arguing something completely different from me in the comments, and I was just reading the comment going, yeah, it's going to reach there, it's going to reach there, and then eventually it did reach one. And basically, it's as you said, Dr. Clarke, and I'm going, yeah, you've basically done a long-winded way to try and go, I am really, to show, you've done a comment which is more about trying to show off how smart you are than to actually add into the conversation. But I appreciate it, because it's still quite an interesting comment. Yeah, bum 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 ba da da dee 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 doo doo doo. Yeah, da 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 dee doo. This is almost done on this side. I have a feeling the front's going to be slightly more complicated. I think that's what they're saving from in complication-wise. Makes sense. They're saving the complicated stuff for the front. Okay. If the German Empire had dived hard into the unrestricted submarine warfare in World War I soon after the war started, how long would it take for the UK to be forced out of the war? Well, that's an interesting question. Because realistically, at the beginning of the war, you have a different scenario. Because the moment you have Fisher in there, he is more happy to buck the trend than pretty much any other senior officer, especially the ones who come immediately after him. So he is more likely to implement. You have to remember. Okay. The reason the Germans are winning the convoy of the World War I anti-war with unrestricted warfare is not because submarines are amazing at this point, or because they are world-beating on their own. The reason is because of the convoy system, or the lack of a convoy system, sorry. The British don't implement a convoy system till far too late. Now, if they do it in reaction to the German efforts, but here's the interesting thing: the British convoy from the get-go, the stuff going up to Scapa Flow, the stuff going to support the ground fleet. And they do that on Jellicoe's insistence with Fisher's backing. So here's the thing, and who's the one who insists on brings in the convoy system? It's Jellicoe. He gets Henderson to write a report for him, and then he brings in the convoy system. So here is my rough scenario. If you started off much earlier, the unrestricted submarine warfare, you might well find yourself in a scenario where Fisher and Jellicoe implement the convoy system almost immediately. And the thing is, the Germans don't have that many submarines at the beginning of the war. They don't have enough to do what they do later on. They do a crash building program in about 1914-15 and into 16. And they build a huge number of submarines in that period. Huge number of submarines. So that's your problem, really. As much as it might be interesting to say, let's start off immediately, they don't have the submarines to do it, and the people who are in charge from the British perspective are the people most likely to buck what was now the accepted tradition and actually implement a convoy system. So the question is, if they don't, yes, they could do it in probably about a year. They could maybe do if they also build up the submarines at the same time, and the British do nothing in response. Probably it's going to take them to about 2 years to get enough submarines in the water to be able to effectively enough, and about another 3 months after that. So we're talking 2.5 years. But the trouble is, that's not really going to help them. And so that's the problem with that changing out history. Could the Aussies have crewed a cruiser fleet of 2 Cockatoo and Walsh cruisers? I have no idea what the crew requirements of the Cockatoo and Walsh cruisers are in wartime conditions. I do know they crew 2 counties. I don't know what a crew requirements for a Tier 10 Cerberus are, and I don't know what a Tier 10 Brisbane, and I do know what Fiji, Edinburgh, and all the others do. They would have to have, conservatively, based on mental estimates, you'd be asking for a navy about 3 to 4 times the size in terms of personnel than it was historically. So could they? Probably, by physical numbers of people. Would they want to due to the costs? I highly doubt it. Question 30. So, how would the USN solve the PNW R436 new boss severe firm problems that decrease reliability with an internal intensive maintenance regime involving frequently replaceable cylinders? I don't think they'd use it. I think you asked me that question earlier. You did. And I said they wouldn't use it. Because you asked me the question first about that engine, about another similar engine, turbo combat engine, being used to be turned around in superstructure. I don't think they would use it. If it's that maintenance intensive and that problematic, they're not going. It's going to be an issue from this. There's other engines for them to pick, and they will go to those other engines. Now I need a 4. If I'd used that earlier, it would have fit, but it would have been splimmin' annoying right now. That's interesting. Gonna guess about this one. I have a guess what it's gonna be like. Okay. I need those blue flashes. Falklands Reed Poseidon Doomsday torpedo. As marketed, it has low speed silent and high speed catch me if you can setting. Autonomous underwater navigation is tricky, as you said. Yeah, and I would say low speed silent is nuclear silent, which isn't as silent as electric. And high speed catch me if you can. That's going to be interesting, but remember, the faster you're going, the more difficult it is to navigate underwater. That's the real limit on a submarine's speed. It's the actual underwater topography. I once had an interesting conversation with someone who basically was going, no, you know, they can go as fast their engines can propel them. I went, really? You want to do that underwater? I went, yeah, you can do that as fast as your engines can propel you. I went, okay. You can claim all the things you like, but I wouldn't want to do it. I would not want to do it myself. Alright. Anyone here like to do 40 knots underwater? No? Good. Sounds sensible. Underwater is not a good place for high speed. It's a good place for being very sure about where you are, when you are, and what you're doing. And anyone who tells you different, ask them whose life they want to bet. Their own or yours. I can guarantee the answer will not be their own. Answered that one. So, how much do you answer that one? Sean quickly. A lot has been said about H.M. Warspite's machine spirit. Do you know or could suggest one that would be her exact opposite? Not really. I don't think there's been a machine spirit which is basically just, you know, cowardly. I don't think I've ever seen one like that. Don't think I've ever seen one which would sort of fit that description or that scenario. But saying that, there aren't many. There aren't too many like HMS Warsprite. Which is probably a good thing, let's be honest. That was lined up perfectly. Let's see if I can do the other side as well. A little bit good one, okay. Peter Connell, any thoughts on US and supercarrier potential vulnerability to advancing and practice and guiding young musicians? Seems a lot of wishful thinking on both sides of the argument. That's basically it. There's a lot of wishful thinking on both sides of the argument. The reality is, often the argument is put forward as weapons versus a carrier. You're not against the carrier, you're against the carrier battle group, including the aircraft from the carrier, including all the weapon systems and in the group and the way it meshes and the whole force meshes together. I was watching a video the other day, which was an amazing video in so many respects, put forward by Ryan Macbeth. But the trouble was, I was listening to him, he was going, this is very, very new thinking to the army, and I was sitting there going, well, that's not new thinking to a navy, because navies have been thinking everything joint together for pretty much, honestly, since World War One, if not before that. And I was sort of sitting there going, okay, yes, the new systems do allow a massive degree of enhanced intercommunication, interoperability, and I do agree with that. But honestly, most of the ideas for integration that you've got now coming to force structures, and I'm going, we can now get this to work together, this to work together, this to work together, this to work together. In navies, it's been task force for a long, long time. It's been a case of, yeah, we can't afford to be one thing. We have to be integrated. And there is a difference, I suppose, in the scale of integration. But honestly, yeah, it's... in terms of conceptualizing the idea of you can all work together and you know, it's a case of the information might pass from one to shoot to another to shoot. That's quite common. Let's be honest, the navies have been doing that for a long time. There's been a case of, okay, right. So, we've spotted a cruiser, spots what looks like a submarine over there. Does the cruiser go engage a submarine? No, it sends a destroyer. Cruiser doesn't want to go hunting submarines. Destroyer will go do it, or an aircraft. And, yeah. I suppose a new integrated system, the new idea is, of course, that you can engage with such a range of things. But I do sometimes listen to some of the systems that people are talking about and go, yeah, we've had variations of that hanging around since World War II. Honestly, we've had the idea around since World War One. And yes, I know it's all wonderful and it's all digital and it's all very, very cool, but yeah, that's nothing new, really. But ultimately, here is the thing. Carriers are going to be useful as long as you need aircraft. As long as you need air power, you're going to need a carrier. Because for larger aircraft, you're going to need a facility to carry brings with it. And then people go, well, you know, but what about range? Well, the range of the aircraft doesn't matter. What matters is, can you rearm the aircraft in midair? Is it going to run out of bombs? Is it going to run out of missiles? If it does, it needs to find somewhere quickly to rearm. Otherwise, that aircraft is functionally useless. It becomes a sensor platform which can easily be engaged and shot down. It's fine if it's disposable. It's not fine if it's the size of a F-35. So it doesn't matter to me whether the aircraft are crewed, optionally crewed, or uncrewed. If they need to rearm in order to be effective, you're going to need an airbase. If you need to maintain them, they're going to need an airbase. If they need to refuel, you're going to need an airbase, and that means you're going to need a carrier. Because functionally, everything everyone says about, oh, aircraft carriers can be easily destroyed, you sit there and go, well, can you apply that to to a land airbase? They have the additive disadvantage, they can't move. So everything you can say about an aircraft carrier can be said about a land airbase, but they can't move. And they don't move amongst the concentrated level of firepower that a carrier battle group is moving along. At that point, you sit there and go, well, if you are if you say you still need air power, you are going to need a carrier. That's it. That's the simple scenario. And Lamas assert, what point is the optimum time for Germany to implement unrestricted submarine warfare? And how long does it take to knock the UK out of war? Well, that's the problem, because the moment it starts getting serious, really serious after the Battle of Jutland, the British bring Jellicoe back to run things. That's literally what happens. Jellicoe gets called back to run things. So, optimum time for Germany to try and implement things is probably after the fall of Fischer, but before the Battle of Jutland, and that doesn't give them enough time to actually do it. And the attempts they did make in that period, well, the other trouble they have is the more they do it, the more likely they are to bring the Americans into the war, because the Americans don't like unrestricted submarine warfare. You could argue it's because the Americans do have a side over who they want to win the war, but leave that to one side. There isn't really a time. They come the closest. This is the interesting thing about submarine warfare in World War One. As I said, and I said before, and I'll stand by it, they come the closest to winning the war in World War One. Out of them, World War Two. But the trouble is, do they come close enough to actually winning the war? Do they actually look like they're going to win? Could they actually win the war? Well, the trouble is, the distance, whilst it's closer than in World War II, is still pretty far. I want this. Yeah. Yes, perfect. That's the thing. It's still a long way to go to actually get there, and that's ultimately their issue. This looks like some sort of box car, doesn't it? A June buggy. You know, we've got all the weight at the back, and just stick the person in and just go, yay. Oh, there. My cousin driving. Nope. And we have those. And those. So we have all sorts of interesting things for the wheels when it comes to it. But I'm fairly sure we have that, and I'm fairly sure that will at some point go like so. I won't put it in just yet, but I'm fairly sure that's what that will do. And now it's time for these along here. No, didn't one of the high-speed Soviet subs come back to port after having an encounter with a biologic that resulted in severe deformation of bow? Yes, in fact, that's happened to not just Soviet submarines. It's happened to lots of submarines over the years. It's quite a common historical event for them to have an interesting run-in with, well, a piece of geography. And for some reason, the piece of geography, uncaringly, doesn't lose. It's really rude of the geography. The physical geography just doesn't move. It doesn't move. It just goes, yep, you hit me. Well, could you move? No. It's like that joke you hear, where the various people telling the other one to move out of the way, and then eventually the other one responds, various ships going, "We are important, move out of our way." It's an entire joke. It's not a real historical event. Although it's often ascribed to all sorts of things, but actually when you go and look into it, you go, I can't find any history of this actually happening. But it's still a funny joke. And eventually the thing that's being told to move out goes, "We're a lighthouse." And then they go, "Okay, yeah, we better move." But you see, that the real reason you can tell it's a joke is usually it has whatever very important ship that is A, travelling alone, and B, is so frigating off course, and it's got so many systems active, that it doesn't know that it's dealing with a lighthouse. It also forgets that lighthouses do not just these days broadcast with lights flashing signals. They also have other sort of beacons set off to, you know, tell people where they are and what they're doing. So you've got lots of multiple systems which are telling you it's a lighthouse a long time before you reach it. A long time before you reach it. Cameron, the Germans had a plan to build a submarine big enough to take V2 to launch on the Atlantic seaboard. Do you think they could have kept the fuel stable enough to cross the Atlantic in a sub? I think it would have been fun. I would argue, Knight 6831, that one of the reasons why the Sky Pirate is cancelled is because of the engine it uses. And they built two and they cancelled them. They had the first flight on 13th March 1945, and it was cancelled. Basically, the US Navy was looking at the engine and looking at all the other issues around it and went, no, we'd rather not have that. I think also the there was also the Super Corsair, which was again cancelled. Only 17 produced. Cute aircraft, but no, again, similar thing. There's a theme going on here. These aircraft all keep getting cancelled. There's the Mauler, which was produced by Martin, which had 151 built. And that served in 1948. The aircraft proved troublesome, remained in frontline service only until 1950, when they switched to the Skyraider. So they had 150 and they served for 2 years that used that engine. So the Mauler is your better argument for the case, and that literally is, proves troublesome, got rid of it after only 2 years. Literally, Korean War coming in, don't even want to keep it around for that. And that was the Martin one. Yeah. Pretty much the US Navy, the only one was the Martin Muller. And that one they didn't like. Yada-da-da. Megastroke, how about 40 knots but 100 meters depth in the middle of the ocean? That should be fine, right? No. No, but that will probably give away your position, because if you're going at 40 knots below... Think about the impact on the top of the ocean if you're going at 40 knots within about 100 meters below. And... yeah, that's probably going to be... that might well become visible. And that's the other problem. There is an idea somewhere that submarines don't have a wake. They do. I'm not sure who came up with that particular idea, but they sadly are misinformed. Sadly, mostly for the submarines. That's not the right one. That's the right one. I'm going to guess I'm going to need to duplicate that on the other side. I will do at some point, but probably not right now. No, don't need that. No need that. Need that. Need that. That. And need one of those. Wait, no, not that. That. I think I do need that. I need one of these. I need that, because I'm on this side. And it's the right thing. Nice to know. If the Type 22s had Sea Dart SAM and Sea Dart SSMs, how does it change the way those ships are used? Not a jot. Honestly, they use it exactly the same, other than, frankly, they run out of SAMs a lot earlier. But how does it change the way they're used? Not a jot. Why would you be... the question is, why would you change how you're using a ship just because it can use its missiles for anti-ship duties? Does that change its primary requirement? Does it change its primary purpose? It's still a picket anti-aircraft vessel, so it's not going to change. this thing? This is confusing me. This is confusing me. They're all the same. We'll see about that one. Blackburn Maximus, what kind of damage did Age of Dreadnought have after ramming the submarine? Scuff paint. Seriously, she basically didn't even... When you're dealing with an object that size, hitting something of that size, at that differential, there's not really much of a issue here. What kind of read carrier groups versus land bases versus hypersonics? One can prepare in ways easier on land than one after one hit. Oh, great. So, Calvin Jasberg, you have won the award. You've brought the hypersonics up. I know, sarcasm, and please take that right away. Every time someone brings up hypersonics, I swear a small little pigeon somewhere goes, ooh! They're not the trump card. They weren't the trump card originally. They're not the trump card now. You know, the hypersonics are proving too expensive and too complicated. Look at the poor Russians. You know, hypersonics are not proving the great leveler they were supposed to be, the great advantage they were supposed to be, because mainly they've been the problem for intercepting a hypersonic or any kind of missile. If it's going away from you and you're trying to intercept it from the side, so it's not bearing on you, it's actually quite difficult because you're intercepting along there. But if it's heading towards you, it becomes a mathematical problem, which a lot of our computer programs and our systems are designed to deal with. So, whilst a hypersonic missile is fast versus a carrier battle group, it's been what we've been working about for years. Now, with a carrier battle group, if we consider what happened here recently against the Houthis and all things going on, have you noticed the quantum difference which has happened in terms of the Houthis' ability to actually deliver munitions and actually hit their targets, or hit any targets, the moment a Hawkeye has arrived in the area? Again, one of the things that's often forgotten about a carrier is the sheer amount of information it can bring together. And the sheer amount of information its battle group can bring together and work together and fight. So, and I know this is getting very much into Bruships territory, so I don't want to go too far down this route. But, because it does say naval history questions answered, it doesn't say current naval affairs questions answered. But hypersonics are not, they are a useful tool, but they're not something amazing. And against land base, yeah, but, you know, I can do a lot of damage to land bases. I know exactly where they are. And the thing is, you can repair land bases, yes, but I can keep doing damage to a land base because it can't move. And the thing is, if I lose the aircraft on the land base, they're going to take me a far longer time to rebuild. This is the thing, is not just the base, it's the facilities on the base. Also, the other thing you have to think about before you start going in, well, what about the facilities to repair the air bases and all these things? That's the other big problem. Now, we used to have a lot of systems around which we could use to repair these things. But guess what have been cut by years of governments going, we don't need them. So the idea that suddenly land bases are much more repairable much more repairable suddenly becomes laughable, because all the systems which we used to have around to repair land bases aren't around anymore. And yeah, hypersonics have existed since the early mid-40s. The A4 was hypersonic at some points during... There's all sorts of fun things. The simple terminology I would go is, hypersonics basically as a definition are the same problem as dealing with a ballistic missile. And the really interesting thing is a hypersonic cruise missile, and so far what we've learned is that things can be hypersonic at high altitude, they can't be hypersonic at low altitude, which is not really a surprise, because if you want to start bashing into objects, it's a good thing. Being hypersonic at low altitude is a good excuse to do it. But also, here's the other scenario you've got to deal with. If your radars have Doppler settings and Doppler frequency settings, they can often tell you where a hypersonic's coming a lot further away than they can normally detect other things because of the sheer amount of disturbance it creates. Can we expect Bill Trumps? Bill Trumps, it could well return at some point soon, but it's probably going to change in terms of where it's uploaded. There is all sorts of discussions about that going on. So what happens with Bill Trumps? Because honestly, SimSec, they would like us to be more regular. And as I've said before, the trouble is we've all got commitments going on, all got other issues going on. So that has really impacted things. And that's been I would say, the major problem we've had recently. Has literally been the impact of timing on everything. Now, Maximus, how different would things be if Von Spee had been recalled before the war started? Well, the question is, who does Von Spee end up, and what does he end up doing? That's the real question in that scenario. He is pretty experienced, pretty senior. Does he replace anyone in command chain? He doesn't technically outrank them, but he is quite politically connected and quite well versed. So that is interesting. It all becomes an interesting scenario. Oh, good lord. A piece of Lego has gone flying. Camera, do not follow me down. You do not need to show everyone my behind. I will see you all in a second. But basically, with Von Spee, if he returns home, the major asset is going to be his personnel. That's going to be a major asset. His highly trained, highly skilled crews, they're going to be an asset. And I'd say the bigger thing that's going to be an asset is he might well become a leader in the interwar period. Especially if he survives the war. He's about the right rank, about the right temperament to actually command things. Oh, good lord. You ever realise when you go on the floor of your office, especially if it's a garden office, it has a habit of getting mucky anyway. So leaving that to one side, what happens is I've been doing all the boxing, so I didn't hoover in here this week. I'm sorry, it sounds mucky to me. I hoover most weeks in here, or at least brush up. And Yeah, I just went down there and went, oh, it's so mucky. I need to fix this. Now, so Von Spey returning, difference. The big difference is going to be how inventive he's prepared to be. And he's probably prepared to be very inventive. Because he's that kind of commander. I think, therefore, you could have seen some interesting cruiser raids. Especially if he's given any independent commands. Carl, in the nicest way, if you accuse me of that in the chat, when I'm always quite honest with people and say I'm listening to propaganda and all those things, I do not take that lightly. You always have my honest opinion. You might not agree with it, but you can say you disagree with my opinion. But saying that I'm being bamboozled by propaganda or things like that is not something I take lightly, because I read both sides. And honestly, don't take this the wrong way, the Russian propaganda and most of the stuff which comes out the Russian side is better than a comic book at making me laugh right now. Because that's easy enough to check up on. It's beyond belief. And I also have said before that this channel is not about current affairs. That's what Bill Trumps is for. And you brought up a question, and you then didn't like the response, and you then decided to accuse me of listening to propaganda. Also, I would add that I have spent the day organizing, boxing, doing all sorts of things. I currently haven't slept, normally insomnia fun, but haven't slept in about 10 days. And therefore I would say on the acerbic scale, which I can normally run on, normally I'm around about a 4. But I'm probably running at about a 6 or a 7. Now, nice open question. What would the IGN response be if Australia had a large cannon class tier 10? Nothing. A nicest way. The thing is, if Australia's built that, that's great. But Australia can build that because Britain can have its infrastructure and can actually invest in its infrastructure early and can build it. What can Japan do about its infrastructure? Not much. Japan is really locked into a lot of its construction, as is Italy, by their infrastructure limitations. I would say even with Britain and Australia, there are limitations, but they could have produced those things. They could have done that, but it would have stretched everything else, and it would have meant you wouldn't have put some money elsewhere. Maybe you wouldn't have developed as much air power for the Australians, or maybe you wouldn't have developed as much of a army strength. You might not have mechanized, motorized the British Army as quickly as you did. You've put more money in the Navy, so that's infrastructure. That means you've not put stuff in the other areas. For the Japanese, rather like the Italians and the Germans, they are maxing out their infrastructure with their existing build. So what they can respond with is what they have. If you're still building Yamato Musashi, you cannot build more than Yamato Musashi. Look at the Japanese build plans, and look what they're building year by year. And then look what happens the moment they start those battleships. They basically decimate their construction. Yeah, I'm a functioning insomniac. It's not. It's quite normal for me. I will probably crash at some point in Tuesday, and then I'll go back to my regular routine, which is about 3 to 4 hours every other day. It's going to sound funny, but what I mean by sleep is actual proper sleep. I have rested, but at no point have I been as defined as in sleep. And I do have the Fitbit which checks it. And at no point has it said I've actually been asleep. I've got a lot of reading done, in my defence. I've caught up on my journal articles. And I've managed to organise my room. I haven't managed to start packing up the books in my room. I've got that joy as well coming up. There might end up being a Bruships from my bedroom while I pack up books up there. Honestly, might have to be, because it seems to be only seems to be Bruships when I get the chance to actually just sit here quietly and thinking through and plan and packing up books. Okay. I say, I've had a fun day. Yeah. Eat, good lord, where's it gone? I think it went down on my seat. I think it did. Oh, there it is. Yeah. No. No wonder I couldn't spot it on the seat. It was on the floor. Lego. Oh. Oh, God, Lord. And I'm not even getting into your comment too. Right, take care, Melly. No, I mean, take care, Jacob. Right. What was the... okay. Nice one. How much Japanese commerce could Aussies kill if they... If it gets sent on that sort of mission, it could probably do a lot. If it gets sent on that mission. That is always the question. If it gets sent on that mission, it could do a lot. But that's if it gets sent on that mission. It's probably going to get sent on other missions. Honestly, if they've got a large a large ship like that, a large cruiser, it's probably spent most of the first few years of the war in the Mediterranean, helping knock out the Italians. If it's come back, it's probably, like HMS Sydney, been wandering, Sydney ended up doing, wandering around. I'm going to have to change that hand, I think. Wandering around. Engaging things like the Cormorant. So, yeah. It's going to be fun, but it also could end up, and quite possibly does end up, doing things like doing things like carrier escort, like all those duties. Honestly, it's going to end up being that sort of ship, more than likely, because it's going to be useful for that mission. It's going to be quite capable of doing that mission, which not everything is. Not everything is capable of doing the job you need it to do. in that circumstance. So, yeah. Nice everyone. Why was the USA so surprised the British managed to by firing the obsolete American engine for a turboshaft, remove all the vibration, make the H-34 airframe faster and more reliable? I don't think the USA was surprised. I think they just went, "Oh, that's how you fix it." They were probably surprised the British did such a major fix. Knight 6831. If the counter-class heavy cruisers No, Carl, I do not agree. You fundamentally, in the nicest way, you added in a point about CVN hull life. In the nicest way, the CVN hull life, there are 4 still being built. They haven't entered service yet. Their average area of service is 30 plus years. So, in the nicest way, I think the world, if we consider how the world has changed in the last 30 years, the average life expectancy of the hull being 30. Well, if the Ascendants of the Queen Elizabeth class are supposed to be in service till 2069, which is about 45 years from now, the USN carriers will probably be roughly the same. So 30 plus years probably turns into 40, 45 years. And we've got carriers which are not going to be launched till 2030 something. You're talking about 2070, if not 2080 something. I hope and fundamentally believe the world will have added on a new superweapon or two before then that will have made the hypersonics go, oh, they're now down pat. So that's the reality. The moment you added in CVL and hull life. And also, in the nicest way, I have spoken to you several times about asking about current affairs. And I know it sneaks in, and I know people have asked Type 42 questions, and I do run the channel slightly later, so I do tend to answer the questions on these things, because I don't do a hard stop in 1950. But again, you're bringing it up, and then you accuse me of NATO propaganda. No. That's not what you do. If you want to have if you are having an honest conversation, I wasn't annoyed until you put NATO propaganda there. If you put your points and your reasoned argument, that'd be one thing, but you don't. You put NATO propaganda. And I haven't at one point accused you of listening to Russian propaganda. I haven't chucked that back at you, have I? But I could have. Because that would have been the same level as what you're communicating at me. So if you're communicating at an honest level, and being polite, and you're putting forward your evidence and arguments, that's one thing. And I will listen and engage. But if I don't accuse you of following other people's propaganda, then do me the courtesy of the same. Honestly, I couldn't say anything else could be more rude in my book. And if you want to pretend otherwise, you go and pretend otherwise, but I prefer you not pretend otherwise here. I don't block people from my channel, so I won't do that. But I also don't have to answer questions if I consider people rude. And I try and keep things happy and light and chat away nicely with people. I don't like having to tell people off on this medium because it is not the proper medium to do so. But I also do not like people using that kind of throwing that kind of accusation around. And I hope that's made myself clear. Can we expect to build run to return on monthly episode? As I said, it's going to be sorted out at some point. If the county class heavy cruisers had 234mm guns and were 15, what is the point of a 12-inch large cruiser? None really at that point. At that point, the 12-inch cruiser doesn't really make enough differential. Especially not if you have that many guns, you probably have that. Yeah, sprint missiles. They left the silo at 100 G acceleration recall. Yes, and there's also funds with some other missiles as well in their official speeds. Would it be possible to available through Spotify still? Standalone? It could well be, because I have a feeling what it'll be done is, if it's done, it's going to be uploaded through the YouTube system, which does reciprocate onto Spotify, if I remember correctly. That's mentally what I've got going around in my head as a backup option. I'm driving on the wrong side of the car. I'm not doing that. I'm putting the right way around. It's not how they've designed it, but it's how I'm designing it. Given the hypersonic missile system seems to be around twice as fast as a 16-inch shell's muzzle velocity, could interceptors for hypersonics stop the shell, or is it too large a mass? There are interceptors which can intercept at that speed, but also does the hypersonic keep it up for that whole time? Do they cruise at that speed at high altitude and then go to a lower speed when they're in engagement run, so they can make the necessary turns? What's their attack profile? This is the trouble of hypersonics as a definition of missiles, and this is one of the problems with the stuff which gets being thrown around about them. Because how many hypersonics available currently are actually true hypersonics versus hypersonics which are adaptive ballistic missiles, which are systems that don't actually which only go that speed during the cruising portion of flight when they're at high altitude and then have to slow down. There's all sorts of different scenarios going on which have to be considered about it. So yeah, hypersonics is an interesting question, and as said, also this channel really is a history channel, not a current affairs channel. Oh, there are always lawyers. There are always more lawyers. Joy of modern house moving. So many lawyers. So many lawyers. Yeah, ba, ba. Anonymous, what would have been the reaction if King George VI had been injured in action, not mortally, at the Battle of Jutland when he served in Collingwood? Probably national outcry of support and love. It's one of those things of, as long as he's not mortally wounded, but he's just injured, and as long as it doesn't prevent his ability to later father Queen Elizabeth II, etc., then we're probably okay, and it's just a, oh my lord, he's been injured thing. It's a case of, oof, that was a close run thing, and probably a significant boost in popularity for him as well. And his brother's going to feel even more jealous because he got to go to fight a real war and he didn't. And he was jealous enough about it as it was. I think it needs to be one with a hole for it, I'd say. Are there ones with holes in them? No. Well, there's supposed to be ones with holes in them. Where are they? I've got dark grey ones with holes in them. Now, is it dark grey, not black? Is that it? Some of these colourings are really close together. Really close together. And you look at them and go, I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. Nice one. Question 22. By the mid to late 1940s, wouldn't the Cannock class of heavy cruisers be coming to replace? Yes. Probably mid-1940s, probably. Well, rather, they'd been going to replace the C's and the C's and D's things in the lower categories of cruiser. A new generation of higher canneries. So they'd have been moving back to second-line duties. And that's what the British would have wanted to do with them. 1941 question. If World War II had been laid on, how many of the 6 1941 Admiral-class heavy cruisers were being laid down? I'm checking when and my notes. Okay. So. All right. As I expected. So I'm guessing from what you from your discussion points that the Admiral class you're referring to are the not named, only hypothetically considered Admiral class by some, supposed second generation heavy cruisers which were to be built, or rather 8-inch gun cruisers, which were supposed to be sort of laid down at some point, 1942, 1941, 42ish, because the Royal Navy wasn't building any in 1939 and 1940, so they hadn't them on the order list then. So the answer to the question is, what would have been available in 1942? Probably zilch. If they have ordered them, they ordered them in 1941, which means they're still under construction. I do build ships. And Warhammer, and all sorts of other things as hobbies. But usually I do Lego on screen, because let's be honest, with Lego, the advantage is if I make a... because I get distracted by a question, I can fix it a lot easier. My favourite part of his naval history is 3-hour naps. I enjoy those as well. Right then. I would say the heavy cruisers, if they had come, would have been replacements for the Hawkins class, or rather, the Hawkins class would have gone into probably would have replaced some of the early Seas, actually, more likely. But they would have been also replacement Hawkins for the heavy role. I would say, I think at that period, I would expect it to be a 9.2-inch gun cruiser if they actually built anything like that, and I doubt, I really do doubt that they go with that sort of style of system. Mainly from the perspective of an 8-inch, it just doesn't offer enough firepower at that time versus the 6-inch, and that's the problem. It's the firepower advantage. The 6-inch is getting down so many shells for a 6-inch versus 8-inch cruiser. At this point, the differential is not enough to justify it for the Royal Navy's terminology, and the way the Royal Navy does the maths on their operations. So that's what you're running into. That's why the Royal Navy's not going, oh, we don't want this because we are being weird. Well, they're doing they don't want it because they have their stats, they have their analysis of how things will work. And honestly, World War II kind of bears them out in many respects. And that's not to say that they're right and the Americans are wrong, or anyone else is right or wrong. For their style of operations, the 6-inch cruiser and its rate of fire suits the Royal Navy's desires quite a lot. For the Americans, I would say it starts out the war, their desire of operations fits the 8-inch cruiser. I would say by the end of the war, their concept of operations, which has shifted to being far more carrier-centric, has shifted in favour of the 6-inch cruiser. And I would say that's the reason for some of the issues that happened post-war with them. Take care, Phil. That's what I agree. Watch other channels for the current events. I do current events on Build Trumps. I don't do current events on this channel. Mainly because current events get people angry and chucking accusations around, and, well, I have enough fun with the history ones. You should see something. I had a full-throated and very sweary, I have to say. I do love this. Someday I'm going to have to do a "this is not for my cousin's" stream. please do not watch this. If you watch this, it is on you. And tell my bigger cousins it's coming out. And basically do a whole go through the blocked comments section on my channel, and the comments which you block with swear words. I just go through and show them all to you and just answer them, because frankly they are hilarious. Apparently David Porter is the greatest frigate captain of all time. No one has ever got more prizes than him. I would suggest they go look up a guy called Pellew. Just a small option. And that, frankly, the British only won due to vainglorious skullduggery and dishonourable conduct at Valparaiso. And, yeah. That was what I had commented on my channel, my time, 2 AM this morning. I would add in they swore a lot, and apparently I am frigating, balding, frigating, flatulent, frigating, all sorts of other words, and inserts the appropriate word instead of frigating. And yeah, they were very rude, and I am a T-boo of the highest order, is how I will translate it as. Also, they suggested I must have relations with horses because of my beard. I'm not sure how that one. If anyone has any idea of why a beard makes it like makes it look like you're having relations with horses, I have no idea on that one. But yeah, carry on. Some people are just out to confuse me, I swear. Mm-hmm. They're just confusing me. That's all they're doing. Okay. Ains Morrison, when did the Royal Navy did the 70 cruiser study? Did they also do one for capital ships? Officially, no, because officially they would, under that time, under limitations of the treaty. Unofficially, the moment the 1937 treaty goes through, the Royal Navy suddenly announces it needs 25 capital ships. And I mean, that study's done indecently quickly. Indecently quickly. And I will say this, if anyone is interested in current affairs, Ryan Macbeth is a pretty good place to go. Lots of good quality research stuck there. There's a few other sites as well which are fairly decent out there. Most of them are the independent sites, in my experience. Most of the big media sites, they don't. It's like people like Jamie Seedale are very, very rare in modern newspapers. Sadly enough, people who are actual specialists are very rare. And that's where a lot of the problem comes in, and a lot of the accusations of things of being misinformed, etc., come from. It's because of the fact that a lot of the major journalists, and on all sides, I have to say this, in all countries, it seems to be the same things taking place. The actual good quality defense journalism is very much has disappeared. Hopefully that's going to add the much needed rigidity this has been looking for the last few minutes and has been worrying me with. 1967. What stops the names of historical Baltic plan large light cruiser names from not ending up as the 1915-1916 battlecruiser? If they use something else, but honestly, Fisher's been known to do all sorts of shenanigans to get the names he wants. So if he wants Courageous, Glorious, and Furious, that's what he's going to get, because Fisher likes to name things with imagery. Fisher is an image man and really does know how to play for the image game. He is... Let me put it this way. If you had someone like Fisher in charge of the modern navies at this moment, there wouldn't, or any of the modern navies in this world at the moment, you wouldn't have anything like a propaganda war going on. The reason you wouldn't have anything like a propaganda war going on is it would have been won by that navy. Because couple that personality with something like Twitter, and Lord help the rest of humanity in trying to keep up. I'd say, that's cool. Iron Brew Bro. I'll take an Iron Brew Bro. Also, again, I'm going to say this on live on stream. Iron Brew is non-alcoholic. It's a soft drink. It's the Scottish equivalent of Coca-Cola. There seems to be a constant refrain of people thinking I'm getting drunk. No. Got caffeine and sugar in it up the wazoo, but not drunk. Da 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 da. Them. Yep. It's starting to look like a car. You have got to be kidding me. That's quite cool. That is quite a cool idea. Okay, so these things I would normally consider wheel arches, right? That's what they're shaped for. That's what they do. But no, this one, it's going to use these as something else. So add those in like that. And I go in like that. That looks like your engine block. That is really quite cool. Hang on, I've got to make this slightly better. In fact, I can make it better, just makes it cooler to me. I haven't seen them used like that before, and that's cool. Okay, so take this out, add this on, put that onto that, and that goes in there. That's now on. It's looking good to me. Right. Nice to everyone. Is it fair to call the Courageous Glass a waste of resources? Yes. Could a Megascrow, could a Super Monitor have worked? US Monitor plan with 2 turrets. I think they were actually working on that design, and it could have been interesting. I think it could have worked, yes. Do I think it would have been much better than the actual monitor itself? That's a whole different ballgame of a question. That really is a whole different ballgame of a question. I would love to say it wasn't a whole different ballgame of question, but it really is. The amount of red stuff in here that I expect to be, some sort of cool imagery, but it's actually just that and that. Ooh, that looks good. That looks mean. That really does look a mean front. I like that. Mercedes, you have a mean front. Yeah, I'm sure you're not surprised, Mercedes, because you're Mercedes and you often have mean fronts. Perfectly lined up. There you go. That a mean looking front. When you get to a new place and have to do a Bruships or two with stuff in boxes, will you dress as Del Boy as it would fit, especially if you have an 80s topic? I'll find my flat cap if you want. Nice. Would I be said to say customized was totally avoidable? Yes. Average history emo. Difference between a super dreadnought and a 1940s fast battleship. Engines, the power generation it's getting out of its boilers, and therefore its power density of its engines, and armor layout mostly, and quality of fire control. But we'll leave that to one side. So I didn't hear your answer to question 56. So what's taken over the job of the monitor type warship in the Navy? I'm not sure if I answered that one. Quite a distraction by Carl's question. Basically, the monitor job is only done when you need to in wartime, and there's interesting enough, the ones who are the closest to it are the Swedes, which have mortar boats. They have the Nemo mortar system on some of their boats, and that's that's the closest you got to it these days. And do you think a monitor with 20-inch guns could have been impossible? It could have been possible, but why would you want it? If you have 20-inch guns going around, you might try it, but yeah. Naval Guy 229, have you seen a battleship in New Jersey since you was put in dry dock? I have seen pictures of it, but that's about it. Now, let's see. We now have... Look, in nicest way, system, you've got to let my cousin keep her hat. Because otherwise I can't use this as a present for her. So she has to be able to keep her hat. Somehow. How are we going to adapt it so it works? I'm sorry, Mercedes, I'm adapting it to McLaren-style seating, but you'll see why. Out. She go in there. Might go on there. There go that. Hands go down. That go in there. And that's working close enough for a random birthday gift. I'll give it a full set, the both of them. Probably. Might buy another one as the gag gift. Okay, now I need to figure this one out. My gentleman, to answer that one, how did the RN convince the air crews to let go of their Wessex when they retired it? They handed them a new aircraft and they told them to enjoy it. That usually works quite well. And mostly it works quite well because the RN's probably already broken quite a few of their aircraft. Let's be honest, if they say this one can go fly even lower, then knowing the Royal Navy's pilots, they'll be diving for it very quickly. they see it. The trouble is, the hare and the hat is one unit, so you can't differentiate. And that really does look more like my cousin's style. We are going to have to work this one out at some point. That goes on top there. Oh, that's fine. That does that. That has that. There you go. That actually looks quite good. We'll pretend it doesn't have the rise. Mm-hmm. And that one and that one. Done. Right. But yeah, basically how they convince anyone to get rid of their aircraft is the same as always. It's, here's shiny new aircraft, enjoy. Please don't break it as badly as you broke the old one. The interesting question is going to be how they get their Merlins off them, because having seen what the jungly crews have been doing with their Merlins, they're going to have to be really, really convinced the new helicopter can go just as low and just as dirty. They really like chucking those things around. And I mean, truly, really, madly, deeply love chucking those things around. They do things in them which, frankly... Finished. And you can't tell the slight bump because of the hat. I think, honestly, if they're going in there, they should have their full racing helmet on. Let's see. Can I make it look right for my cousin when they're racing? Yeah, see? That one fits. Stick a hat next to it so you've got it quickly to change into. There we go. Done. Oh, it's been 5 hours. Goodness me. Okay. Last questions then. Alright. I have a question. In regard to 1930s town class cruiser, just like the Candy class and the town class naming system, and remember this is until the brew runs out, the brew's still going. Okay, carry on. I'm presuming there's a second part to the question. I will be wrapping up the stream once I finish the Iron Brew. It is past midnight. But 9681, this is the problem. I don't know my mind, and I know I'm not gonna crash tonight. It's probably gonna be tomorrow night, Monday night. I'm gonna crash. I'm not gonna crash tonight. So the thing is, the whole incentive to go to sleep is just not there. Anyway, it's the joy. Because I know I have to wake up tomorrow morning at 8:30 to make sure I'm ready, dressed, and all things perfect. And when I say dressed and ready, wake up at 8:30 tomorrow morning. I mean, what I mean by 8:30 is I have to be at 8:30 at the level at which I am ready in compos mentis to start phoning lawyers, because I'm hoping to get everything through tomorrow and everything finalised, because it's a marching time procession. And I know exactly when my mum and sister have to be out this house. And the longer this goes on, the less and less time I have to get the other house done, and get his house done, and get everything organised. So I have a question in regard to the 1930s town class cruiser, just like the Candy class and town class name system. Why these two names were not used as the naming ships of their class, nor the county name of the ship of their subclass, where the first ship launch completed? Oh, it's quite simple, because it's whilst officially they are often officially X Sheffield class or whatever class, etc. is whatever the ones which are built first. It's like the daring class, so technically the D class. We call them daring class, but they're the D class. It's because it's realised by pretty much everyone when we're talking about the town and counties that otherwise we should be calling them the Royal Navy would like some votes, please. Because the thing is, in the counties includes HMS London. In the towns, look at their selection of town class names. They're talking Sheffield, this, that. Now, Sheffield, Glasgow, Belfast, Liverpool, Manchester. Key voting areas, key constituencies, key areas where there are going to be MPs, there are going to be constituencies, people who want to see that ship completed for their own pride. Birmingham. And they're basically their vote winners. If we look at the current Type 26s, which are being built, which are sometimes being referred to as the city class by people in the modern phraseology, but are a rerun of the old town names. And although they've got HMS London in them now, look at where those ships have been structured. Look at a Type 26, the way it's been structured. If I do that. If we consider the Royal Navy, you are building currently Glasgow, Cardiff and Belfast are being the three first built in Glasgow. So HMS Glasgow is being launched first in HMS Glasgow, and she's currently fitting out. Then it's Birmingham, Sheffield, Newcastle, Edinburgh and London. So which government, which set of MPs would really like to turn around and cancel? Now, which government is going to turn around and go, you know what, we want to cancel the frigate name for London. Or we want to cancel the one named for Edinburgh. Well, that's going to make the Scots happy, isn't it? And we want to cancel the one which is made for Newcastle. No. Sheffield. Oh, good Lord, no. Birmingham. No. Want to cancel HMS Belfast? How about Cardiff? So basically, they've got the capital city of Wales, the capital city of Scotland, the primary construction for frigates town in Scotland, and they've got the capital city of the country. So those four are all in there. And the remaining four are all major centres of politics in the UK. And the capital, well, actually, no, one of them is also another capital city as well. Belfast is the capital city of Northern Ireland. So, yeah, pretty much that should also be called the capital and politics class. But we're going to call it the city class. Because you could also say, if you consider the city as, why isn't HMS York there? Why isn't there an HMS Liverpool? Take care, David Goulding. Anyway, finish the Iron Brew. Dirt Squad, none of the major... Dirt Squad, let's put it this way. If you cancelled HMS Belfast, and you want to say that's going to be fine, A, Belfast sits in the middle of London, HMS Belfast, what it's named for, which all the media companies will go to and talk about cancelling the ship named for her. That's political problem number one. It literally sits the closest to any of the... It's a name which sits closest the most visibly to all the media companies. Problem number one. Problem number two, it's Belfast, it's Northern Ireland. We don't want to get into the politics of discussing Belfast, Northern Ireland, but does anyone really want to say that we don't feel they're part of the UK? Because that could embolden certain elements which want to not be part of the UK, and it could upset the parts which do want to be part of the UK. So, in other words, Belfast is a powder keg. Dirt Squad, honestly, of those ships, the only one more secure than Belfast is HMS London. Because cancelling London is a good way to cause yourself endless political issues. Because again, all the media companies will talk about it. They won't know what they're talking about, but they'll all talk about it, and that's the problem. Yeah, basically, the Royal Navy is quite shameless. When it's town class, when they're naming things for towns, counties, um, dukes, it's all about... Here's a good one, right? So, the monarch is otherwise known as the Duchy of Lancaster. The Duke of Lancaster, right? That's the monarch's title. There was actually a discussion at one point of cutting Type 23 frigates during the build. And some smart aleck MP brought up the concept of cutting the Duke of Lancaster, as there was no Duke of Lancaster. That particular MP ended up finding themselves invited to a royal dinner, where the Queen introduced herself to him as the Duke of Lancaster. Anyone want to look at how many Type 23s were built after HMS Lancaster? Let's see. Lancaster was the 4th one built, and they were planning on cutting those ones onwards because they weren't going to be useful. That was his particular point. After Lancaster, there comes Iron Duke, Monmouth, Montrose, Westminster, Northumberland, Richmond, Somerset, Grafton, Sunderland, Kent, Portland, St Albans, and... you know, quite a lot of them get built after Lancaster. After that poor particular deputy chair of the Defence Select Committee, I think it was at the time, had a absolutely very, very close call with his underwear. Anyway, thank you very much. I'm going to be finishing the questions in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Would she be Duchess, not Duke? In the nicest way, Mega Scro, this is the question. If the Queen decides to call herself the Duke of Lancaster, are you going to argue with her? Queen Elizabeth II calls herself whatever she wants. Were you going to argue with her in the 1990s, let alone let alone later than that? What I love is the reason why the monarch is the Duke of Lancaster is the stuff is run through all their funding, all their stuff is run through the Duchy of Lancaster, and they regularly have meetings about the Duchy of Lancaster in the House of Commons to discuss its finances and everything that's going on. So to not realise what the Duchy of Lancaster is truly, absolutely, colossally moronic. It really is. Anyway, thank you very much, Aaron, and good night. Duke of Petching. Sadly not part of that class. Thank you, Bijon. Thank you, Bug Guy 829. Thank you, Ins Morrison. Thank you, Megascrow. Thank you, DG40. Thank you, Paul MS. Thank you, Albazowski. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Stafford. Thank you, everyone who's been watching. I normally do scroll up and scroll through, but I'm going to just finish and go. But thank you, Raptorat. Thank you, Team Locker. Thank you, everyone. Take care, and hope you enjoyed. And also, has tonight been any louder than normally? I asked this question because I made a change in the sound settings earlier today, and I want to know if it's been any louder than normally. Thank you, Night 68 everyone. Take care, Dope Squad. Thank you, Draken Red, and Maro. Thank you. Thanks, Steve. Thank you, everyone. Take care, Stafford. So yeah, if it's been louder than normally, yes, better. Because I found a small setting in OBS, which for some reason had been sharing the sound with desktop audio. And it's been business as usual. Yeah, that's better. Seems about normal to me. Be normal. Okay. We'll see. Oh, that's good. Well, I haven't been quiet this evening, I hope, anyway. Take care, everyone. And, have fun. Toodles. Now, where has this gone? Oh. Da 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 da.